Good evening. Good evening. I am temporarily, until Bob logs on, your host, Allison Mata, Defense Diaries podcast. Bob just wrapped up on Court TV, and he's down there. So he should be logging on with us in any minute. I'm trying to keep my head blocking the TV behind me because we've tried desperately everything to figure out how to turn it off. And the remote just decided to stop working, and there's the power button on the back doesn't seem to work, and we can't get to the plug. So there you go. Whoop, whoop. There he is.
Oh, are we on?
Oh no, we are.
Oh, hi.
I was
Welcome
just
to
telling
Defense
them.
Diaries. I'm your. Oh,
I already did that.
oh, you did?
And here's my handsome, smart, amazing co-host, Bob Mata.
Hi, babe. Um. So what's going on?
I was just telling the people how I was just telling them about how my head's supposed to block the TV. So I didn't get beyond that. But the people have missed you. There you've got KT Burr. She's missed you.
Oh, good. That makes me feel good. That makes me feel good inside. All right. So yeah, no rest for the weary. That's for sure. Just got off
Right.
Vinny. My hope today was to come home and I was going to transcribe by reading all my notes and to create a document using the microphone. I agreed to do Vinny late
Well,
hours.
you get yourself all set up over there. We've got for duck's sake, brand new member. So thank you very much.
Excellent.
And Amanda the already gifted one Defense Diary podcast membership.
Wait, we're not supposed to be doing that because remember we're turning these into episodes. So Darren's gonna cut all that. I'm gonna start it with the regular start. Okay.
All right, let's redo.
Okay.
Our daughter won't stop calling me. Can you hear that through the live? Yeah.
Yeah, go answer it. Go talk to her. I'll handle the opening. Because she was hitting us up and I didn't hit her up. I felt bad. I did. I was serious. You should go talk to her for a second. Or turn your ringer off. One of the two. All right. I'm ready to start this thing, babe.
Okay, we've got to restart for the purposes of
I explained it.
Right, for the purposes of the podcast. So
okay. All right. So welcome to Defense Diaries. I'm your host, Bob Mata, and this is our continuing coverage of people of the state of Indiana versus.
I tried to. All right.
Do you not know how to turn the ringer off? No, I'm not.
We just ringer's off, powered down. She's hopping on my computer.
All right. Okay. That's all right. We're waiting for people to come in anyway. All right. So let's kill a few minutes. And please go call Scarlett. I wasn't trying to get rid of you. I'm asking you to do it.
Yeah. I'll totally go call Scarlett.
Yeah. Like, because I didn't do it. And I feel bad. Like, because we told her we were coming home and we're not home. So, all right. It was a really long day. Not as long for me as for the poor souls that are out there in line. But I traveled yesterday. I got home at about 2 a.m. Got a few hours of sleep. So it was a long day without the line standing. So I can only imagine for those in line how brutal this whole experience is. And worse than that, the way that they're running it is that they clear the courtroom at lunch, meaning that you lose your seat and that you essentially cannot go and eat lunch if you want to save your seat, because you have to go out of the courtroom and then stand in line in order to get a seat to get back in. So, and what happens is that while the morning session is taking place, at some point, the other people that either didn't make the cut, who waited in line, stay there, and then new people come in. So by the time you get out of the courtroom, there's already a line formed for people that want to get in that missed the morning cut. So like those people that are losing their seat are sometimes not having the opportunity to get in. So it's rough. Plus they're not able to eat. Like the whole thing is very, very strange. I think that people that are sacrificing their health and well-being by standing out in line all night should be given a number, and that number is good for the whole day. It's almost as if they're trying to create havoc out there so that she can shut the whole public out. It's kind of the vibe that I keep getting, that's what the hope is. It's I don't know. It's a really, really weird situation. I came into the day expecting maybe we'd get the ME. We didn't. Today was fully a CSI day, 100% CSI. Every witness was law enforcement. A bulk of the witnesses were from the CSI unit from Indiana State Police. So it's pretty interesting. It was like a gut wrenchingly hard day to sit in court, though, because today was really what they call, the proof of death witnesses, and you need those in any type of case. Like I talked about when we had all the family members on, when we had Becky Patty on and Kelsey and Derek German, those witnesses are what they call proof of life witnesses. As I said, in every single homicide case, part of the statute requires number one that state has to prove that the person was a human being who existed in this world on this planet, and that's done through what they call proof of life witnesses. And then the other thing they have to show is the death, and that starts with the CSI, and it usually culminates with the medical examiner who performed the autopsy. So I fully anticipate that we're going to be seeing that person in very short order. But what we did see, because what they do use the CSIs for and the cops, is to lay the foundation to get all of the photographic evidence in that was taken of the scene. I know there was a lot of debate early on, especially around the leak period, that no one was going to be seeing these crime scene photos. And I kept saying, well, everybody in the courtroom is going to see them. People were saying, no, they're not going to show them to the gallery. Well, it was, if you were on the right side of the gallery, they have an 85-inch monitor in there. We saw all of them, and it was brutal. It was brutal. It was a tough day. It was really a tough day in there to kind of just have to look at it, and like a bulk of the crime scene photos are of the topography of the Deer Creek, of the wooded area. Many of them were pictures taken from aerial views. So, like, kind of the goriness and brutality of a majority of the pictures wasn't horrible, but then when you got to the ones that were horrible, they made up for all of it because they were incredibly hard to look at. So it was a tough day, and then of course you have the concept of you have the family sitting in the courtroom having to look at it, and it breaks your heart. It was a hard day. And like I always feel that these um proof of death days wherein they're putting in just the crime scene photos and the injuries, and when we get to the autopsy, that those are the worst days of trial for the families because you're just seeing horrors that their children endured or their loved one endured. And then when we kind of move past that and we get into the minutia of the issues, such as the unspent casing and the confessions and that stuff, you get further removed from kind of the horrors of the case, and you're able to kind of focus your mental energy on the task at hand, which is trying to pick apart and figure out if this evidence is good. Is it reliable? Is it trustworthy? Does it point towards Richard Allen? And you're not thinking so much about the reality of the horrors of the situation. So, um, how's Scout?
Upset that I'm not home yet.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure she is. Okay, so
You've got to start over with the beginning now, the right beginning.
Darren can just cut and paste one. Darren just cut and paste the beginning from, or whatever they call it, cut and editing, post editing. He'll figure it out. Okay, so Allie was not with me. Allie actually joined me later in the day, which was nice to have her by me. She surprised me. I was actually coming out. When was I coming out? Was I taking a bath? Oh, it was the afternoon break. And I came in, or I was walking out of the courthouse, and like, boop, there she was. Little sunglasses on.
Well, because you told me to come in the afternoon, but it took me too long to get there. You
Yeah.
sent me a text while I was still
I
on
mean,
booze.
I sent you a text at the first time I could send you a text.
Right.
Right at noon. Like right as
Right.
soon
I
as
tried. I tried.
no,
I got off Boone. I got
you
ready.
were great. I mean, you were there for a good amount of the afternoon. I mean, it went till 5:45. So, all right. So that's kind of the long view. It was all CSI today for the most part. Uh, Tons of crimes. What is that ringing?
I'll be
We're
right
we're
back.
doing a podcast, so you have to like. Can you just take your phone out of the room? All right. It's like Darren can't edit that out. It's like I'm not yelling at my wife, everyone. So why is Bob yelling at it? We're trying to turn these into podcasts. Our editor, that's all that kind of stuff's really hard for him to get out. So it can't be in here. All right. Enough sniveling and whining by me. So the one thing that I noticed, okay, and it's a little bit unusual. I noticed, and I was trying to think back as to whether or not Judge Gull has been standing when the jury comes in on every occasion. Because today she didn't, and I was surprised because typically judges stand because we all stand. You know, as soon as the jury's about to walk in, they say, "Please rise for the jury." The gallery stands, the lawyers stand. Today, I noticed that Judge Gull didn't stand. I like it. It kind of struck me, and I wrote a note about it. It was like the first thing I wrote down. Like what is that dinging? Is it her phone? I don't know what it is.
It's Scarlet.
But why can't you turn your volume on your phone off? Now you're muted.
It's my computer. I think she's hitting like send message anyway when it says notifications off.
Turn to DND.
It is.
Wow, that's brutal. Turn your sound down on your computer. Oh, she's listening through her computer. Can't do that. All right. So, first thing she did, she obviously she talked about how the jurors were able to have their families there on Sunday, which was nice for the jurors. I guess they took a field trip on Saturday. Sounds like they tried to take them out to do something fun, like the whole crew of jurors. Sounds like that was decent. And remember, all the family time is monitored by bailiffs, by court bailiffs. So when they get in there, they've got a bailiff lurking there. I mean, I I got to be honest, I appreciate it. Like I get why we're going on Saturdays. It's a huge ask for jurors. So as much as I hate having to go to court on Saturdays, I respect it for the jurors, and I respect the fact that she's really, really doing everything in her power to keep this jury from getting any information on this case. So we just need to hope that what they said was true, that what they said in terms of their knowledge of the case was true during voir dire. Because if that's true, then I mean they really are sitting in this case, just listening to the evidence and the facts, and they're going to form an opinion based on what they hear in court. I mean, that's the dream. That's the dream. That's what we always want to happen. And to be honest with you, the Gulls, like with her kind of like iron fist that she's ruling with, I think as tough as it is for the jurors, I think it's a really effective way to, in this modern age that we live in with so much accessibility to information, it's like she kind of has to have them in a cave, which is essentially what she's doing, probably with a much more comfortable bed. But all right, so first witness that was called was Darren Giancola. He is now a detective with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. He joined the force back in 2011. He was with Delphi Police before that. He was not a detective at the time of the crimes, though. So he was, I think he was, I forget what he was, but he wasn't a detective at that point, I don't believe. So he testified that he happened to be off duty on the 13th of 2017, February, and that he was kind of just sitting around at night, and that he was looking through his social media and he saw something that two girls from Delphi had gone missing. So he's like, "Oh, wow." He calls calls into the department. He's like, "Hey, do you guys need help? I want to come in and I want to help. I want to help try to find the girls." So he goes in, gets over to the sheriff's office, and he testifies that in I didn't hear how they got it, but we can assume that they had he called it an electronic. It gets clarified on cross-examination, but I'm not going to force you to wait. It turns out that it's the iPad that Abby was using that belongs to Libby. So I'm assuming that that was turned in either by Kelsey when she got to the police station or Becky Patty. One of the two, one of the family members brought that iPad. Problem was they couldn't unlock it. So uh, they weren't really able to get into it. I guess like through the notifications on the home screen that were popping up, it showed a couple of phone numbers. They tried to call those, hoping that it would be a clue. It turned out that it was just family members trying to contact them in order to find out where they were. So that was kind of a nothing burger with the iPad at that point in time. So after he kind of figures out, and again, we're talking about Darren Giancola. He's now a detective with the Kane County or Carroll County Sheriff's Department. So he says, "Look, I'm going to go out in the field. So I'm going to go assist with this search that's going on." So he heads out there, and he ends up he parks, goes up the private drive, which is 625 West. If you're familiar with the area, if you guys watched with Allie and Melanie, I know they put up some topographical maps for you guys. You guys should have some kind of idea of where they were. And he parks, he gets out, and uh, he's like kind of like there's a private drive, and he's south under the bridge. There's this access road. So he goes under, he runs into some civilian searchers, and I think there were a couple other LE that were out there. They were basically grid searching it, spread apart, long line, step by step by step by step, trying to see what they could see. All the way, and where they are searching, and again, if you like, I don't know if you have those accessible, Allison. If you want to pop the map up, do you guys still have those?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, throw it up because it's helpful. Because I'm sitting in there, and I've gone to the scene, and I'm still sitting in here, and they're talking about lefts and rights instead of saying north and south and east and west. So, like, use directions for God's sakes. It's like it's hard because Deer Creek is a winding river. They call it a creek, but it's really the size of a small river. Like my great grandmother had creeks, which we called cricks, down in Arkansas, and they were small. I mean, like a creek to me is very small. It's not like that. Deer Creek, which is the name of it, looks like a river. It just does, and especially if the water's high, that's that's going to get that thing's got to get pretty hefty in terms of flow. All right, so at that point they're doing the grid search. They finally make it down to the south side of the creek. Now remember, the crime scene is north of Deer Creek, so you've got kind of this river or creek that bisects these two sides of land. a lot of a lot of the action went on down south, and then what I would consider to be the northwest quadrant, because Ron Logan's property would be in what I consider to be the northeast quadrant. So it's basically like, if you're looking at it, there's a cemetery that's north of the creek, north of the wooded area. It's right under uh, State Road 300. I think it's a state road, which is kind of the main drag in terms of like paved roads. You take 300, it goes straight across. Like when we went over there, we parked and I walked across the Freedom Bridge, and then I came out through what they call the Mears entrance because of Mears Farm. I popped out, walked down 300, walked down to the cemetery, and then went back. And so these folks were all south of the creek, which means that they were south of the crime scene. Okay. And this is again in the probably from like 10 p.m. until midnight when this crew is out there looking with flashlights. Pretty treacherous walking. There's a lot of deadfall on the ground. You're going to have sticks that drop. If you guys have trees around your house, you know how it is during the winter. And, you just lose a lot of dead branches and twigs and limbs fall off trees that are like didn't make it through the winter. So, that's all on the ground down there. Obviously, you've got the leaves. And there's the topography is not like you're walking on flat land. You're walking in a wooded area, so you're going to have ups and downs and peaks and valleys and dips and doodles and all that stuff. So he says that at around midnight, after they're kind of done with their portion of the grid search, that he goes up to the north. Were you not able to find that map?
Well, I was trying not to interrupt the podcast. So, but my computer's going
It's okay.
haywire.
I don't really need it. It's kind of nice to have it up if we could have it up.
I'm still working on a rebooting.
I like to
Acrobat.
think that most of the audience is pretty familiar with the kind of the layout, but yeah. So like, point is, don't sweat it. If you can find it, throw it up, but don't worry about it. So again, we've got Giancola after kind of the grid search with the civilian and some law enforcement. That search on the south portion of what we would consider kind of the whole map of the area. He goes up to the northeast side of the bridge. Okay. And he starts climbing up and he gets up there and kind of the way it is like, and it's questionable about where, if it is somebody that took the girls from the bridge, which is the state's theory, and they get to the end of the bridge. When you get to the end of the bridge, the slope gradually gets lower and lower in terms of you being able to go down to kind of the flatter land that will allow you to make your way to Deer Creek. So imagine you're like kind of like on a ridge, and it's gradually, the grade goes down like this, and at some point he's walking by with his flashlight and he sees what he would term a disturbance. And it basically looks like, he called it a wash of leaves, meaning that he looked down where you would typically just see leaves covering all the ground. He sees kind of what looks like to be like a slide. Like, imagine like a water slide, except it's not water and it's not really a slide, but it's a path where all the leaves have been cleared out, as if somebody was on their butt and slid down the hill. So he sees this and he's like, wow, he's like, this is interesting. And by the way, Luttrell was doing the direct examination. That was the first time that we've seen Luttrell doing that. I didn't really set the scene as well. Richard Allen came in, he had a button up. I wouldn't call it plaid. I think it was like black and gray, and get some decent trousers on. He's actually looked pretty well dressed. Like, in comparison, I think Kathy must be bringing him different clothes daily, because I haven't seen him wear the same things on any of the 3 days yet. Actually, even including jury selection. So he's been wearing different things. A lot of times clients will just wear the same thing day after day if they're like don't have somebody bringing them clothes every single day. So that's interesting. So Luttrell handles the direct. Luttrell actually handled, it was an off day for McClelland. He didn't handle anything. So all of the CSI guys were Luttrell, which is not unusual. Like, typically, I think that's probably considered more of the science side of it. And I think they were anticipating, there's going to be a lot of like hole poking from the defense in terms of things that they should have done and didn't do. Yeah, the ads, I set them at balanced. So I got to make a living. Sorry. I hate to have to do it, but I've got to do it. Like I can't afford to do this for free. Sorry, y'all. The ads are brutal. And I don't really get to select them. I just kind of set it for YouTube to do it. And I do know sometimes they're brutal, so I apologize for that. So again, he sees this thing, doesn't mention it to another cop all night. Like never says anything about this. Like this may have been a way for somebody to access. Like maybe they came down this way. He doesn't put that together. He does mention it to another searcher who happened to be a firefighter. He's like, "Hey man, come and look at this. Does like you think this looks strange here?" He's like, "Yeah, it looks like somebody slid down." So he mentions it as somebody. And Luttrell kind of tried to clean that up a little bit when he asked him, and I think it was on a redirect. He said, "Well, I mean, at the time that you were looking, like you didn't think that you were investigating a murder." And he's like, "That's true. That's true. I was just trying to help find some missing girls that might have like wandered and got loose." So he's like, but it's still when you're looking at the scope of the investigation, it's all these kind of little pieces where you're like, man, I wish they would have done that. I would, because it's like it could have been any of the searchers that were there for hours and hours that went down and slid down that way. You know what I mean? It's like anybody who was there could have slid down. It doesn't have to be the killer and the girls. It could have been anybody that was searching for hours. So, I mean, that's just a fact. I mean, like, there's a lot of the state's case where you have to just kind of jump to the conclusion that they want you to because you're not going to get that connecting piece. Like, they don't have any proof who slid down that hill, if that's in fact what caused that wash of leaves to happen. It's like
You told me it did look like someone slid down there, though.
I did. But what I'm saying is that could have been anybody.
Right, that I get. I just want to make
There
sure
were
that I
hundreds and
understood
hundreds
that.
of people searching. And he saw this at midnight. So the search started the search had been going on for hours.
No, I get that. I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah.
it was the area that you told me. It did look for sure like somebody slid down.
100%. I mean, like at first I couldn't see it, but later with the next witness, when they put on the witness who was taking the photographs, the CSI that was one of the two photographers, his view of it was like you could see it as clear as day. I mean, it looked like a path, as if like just forget that those are leaves and just pretend like somebody cut a path, in order for people to be able to traverse it, except going down a rather steep hill. So, at some point, so the state then enters a few exhibits in 9 through 13, and they're pictures of the north side of the High Bridge, pictures of the disturbance, the wash of leaves that create a clear indication that it looked like someone had walked or slid down. And there was a little bit of a dispute as to what material is under there, whether it's dirt or gravel, loose gravel. Baldwin Andy was trying to make it, into gravel. One of the guys gave him some pushback and said, "Nah, it's dirt," which tends to make more sense. So at that point, we got 9 through 13 entered, and exhibit 11, 12, and 13 respectively are the end of the Monon High Bridge. Another picture of the end of the bridge with the disturbance visual, and that's what 13 is as well. The first guy didn't really bring all that much to the table, but he did say again that he did not report the disturbance to any other officers because again his mindset is that they weren't trying to solve a murder at that point. Okay, that they were really just trying to find the girls. So the search was going to get started back at 7:30. He ended up dipping around 2 a.m. And so at 7 a.m. or early, he pops by the sheriff's department first, and he gets contact. Now, this is what I was telling you, Allison, because when we had the last witness come on, and he was talking about property owners, and trail cams. And he said, yeah, no, we never, we were trying to look around, see if there's any trail cams. So when Giancola testifies, he says that at 7 a.m. that he went by the sheriff's department because they had received a call. They were contacted by a landowner in the area that has trail cams. So he was actually heading out to the he was heading out to go to the landowner's home to pick up the trail cams, to get the video from the trail cams
What?
when the call comes in from Liggett to get over to the cemetery. Liggett calls him, says, get over to the cemetery.
Well, on cross, did they clear that up? Whose cam was
He
it?
hasn't been crossed yet.
Oh,
So
this is the same guy that I heard?
yeah, right. The
Oh,
last
you're
one.
already there? Wow.
No,
Oh.
this is the contradiction I was telling you
Oh,
about.
I remember.
That guy said there were no trail cams, and this guy was on the way to picking up the trail cam footage from a landowner that contacted the sheriff's department.
The guy, the first guy, the earlier guy.
Giancola, the first witness.
So that's what I'm saying. On cross-examination, did they bring out whose property he was going to pick up these?
No, but that doesn't mean shit, because if they haven't deposed him and he didn't write in his report that like anything about trail cams, they wouldn't have had the ammo to cross him on it and say, oh, well, isn't it true then in what's his nuts report that so I'm assuming that when the cross comes here for this guy, that they're going to say, oh, well, you testified on direct that there were no trail cameras. Would it surprise you to know that Officer Giancola was actually en route to go pick up trail cam video when he was called by Tony Liggett and told to come back to the cemetery, and that got abandoned? So like they exist. These trail cam videos exist. There was it's testimony. So
you'd think that they would have asked the guy whose house were you going to, just for the sheer purpose of wanting to know whose house he was going to.
I agree. Like I actually have that in my note. I was like, okay, well, who is it? Like, did they ever get picked up, or not
Right.
even? Did anybody ever pick them up? Like that question never got asked.
Maybe it ends up being that it was a trail that was way out, had nothing to do with where the girls would have been or something.
Yeah, but like that's kind of like, I'm not going to take the sticks because you can't get DNA off of them. That's that kind of shit. Like you pull all the evidence that you can that could be relevant, and you've got to like weave your way through it. And if it's nothing, if it's no consequence, okay, but at least you looked at it. So like that, like we're just going to see through the course of this investigation gaping holes like this, which in the search and pursuit for truth in this case should disturb you.
I'm dying to give my theories, but I'm all the way at the end before you get to my guy.
All right, so yeah, and I've got to get off at I got to speed it up anyway. I'm doing News Nation at 10, but I'm gonna hop
You
off.
guys will have just me.
But I want to get to you so that we're to the point. Like I want to rush.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Okay. So he says when he gets to the cemetery, he starts walking down. Now, again, you've got the cemetery, and there's a small fence where because we're talking about Ron Logan's property here. So there's a small fence where there's a little gate. You can either open it and walk through, or you can hop the fence, and then you're down. You're walking down. You're not that far from Deer Creek. Okay. So he starts heading down. As he's heading down, he sees a female walking towards him who is visibly upset. So he keeps walking south to the creek, and he makes it down to the creek. And he ends up finding out that there's a couple of people standing over there. So he's basically the first cop that comes upon the girls' side that aren't civilians. So he's
now Pat Brown said 2 cops came and relieved him, and then he left. So does this guy get joined with them? No, Pat Brown's the guy that actually found the bodies, called out, I found the bodies. There was a fireman that had been down grabbing the clothes already. That's Fireman Harrison. And he said that 2 cops came But then as he was
Which was
leaving,
contradicted, by the way, too, as well, that the fireman was grabbing the clothing.
I know today. We'll
Big,
get to
big
that one.
contradiction there. All right. So at any rate, I didn't have in my notes that he was with somebody else when he got down there, but he certainly could have been. He might have been with Cody. He might have been walking down there with Cody, but he gets down there. He says when he gets down to the creek that he sees 4 people on the south side of the creek, but he can't really make out who they are.
That probably would have been Shane Haygood, Jake Jones, maybe the fireman. Maybe the fireman went back. I don't know.
It could be. And then he says when he gets down to the creek that he sees that there's 4 people on the north side of the creek, which are probably the people that you're naming. So must have been 4 civilians there that when he got there.
Wait, they're on the north side. The bodies are found on the north side.
Right. So there's 4 on his side. Because he walks down from, he's in the cemetery, so he's on the north side of the creek, remember?
Right.
Yeah.
So did he say he saw 4 on the south side or on the north side?
Yeah, he put it as several people on the south side and then 4 definitively on the north side. He says he also sees the multicolored t-shirt, the tie-dye, and the shoe in the water. Doesn't mention anything about firefighters out there like grabbing the stuff. So then we get through, the state then enters a few more exhibits, 14 through 17, which was a photo of what was found in terms of the tie-dye and the shoe in Deer Creek. Then there's a 14 is a picture of the riverbank. 15 is the same thing from a different angle, different perspective. 16 is a photo of the black and white Nike, which is Libby's, and also the tie-dye t-shirt. 17 is the same thing, the photo of the shoe, showing that where it was found, which was on a kind of a small thatch that was out in the river, but was sticking up enough to where, I mean,
right along the edge.
My theory is that these clothes were just thrown out into the river, hoping that they were all going to be taken away, and they just all got caught on shit.
I've got a completely different theory. Want to hear it now?
I do.
Okay. Abby was pristine. I kept leaning over to you. I wrote the words pristine. Her hands were clean. Her skin was white. There was not an ounce of dirt on her body except the bottom by where she would have put those shoes on. And when she took her shoes off, there was dirt on the bottom of what. Now, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, no, I am. I remember this. The foot was clean, but for like, you could tell she had been walking in that area barefoot at some point. So I think they took her to the river, had her took off her clothes. I don't know if they had her, if she was, washed her clean, and then put Libby's clothes on her, put her shoes back on. I think the shoes were tied because remember you leaned over me and you said Converse are hard to get off.
Yeah, they are.
Were the shoes tied? Were the laces tied?
It was hard to tell. I mean, they definitely were laced up. I couldn't tell if they were tied or not. I mean, they look like, from what I could see from the 2 pictures that had the Converse, the Chuck Taylors in there, it looked like they were laced up almost all the way. And you know how it is. Like, it takes Scout 10 minutes to put her Chuck Taylors on. You know, she got to loosen the tab. I can't beat my feet. You know, that whole thing. Right. So they're not easy to get in.
So her clothes are in the water. I think all of those clothes were her clothes except one of Libby's shoes.
Yeah, and you guys are asking a lot of questions. We're like, this isn't the witness. I'm trying to go witness by witness. When we get to the last witness, it will tell you everything that they found in the river. I mean, unless you guys just want spoilers. I could summarize. I could go away. I'm trying to like give as much detail because I keep seeing people like, oh, Andrea and Lawyer Lee are taking the best notes. Oh man, my notes are just as good. I'm just not trying to like keep you all on lives.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, it's like I go through the pain of writing these things.
I'm just ready to just like tell everybody everything without.
I'm gonna start sending you my shit, and you're gonna have to transcribe it.
I just want to start saying it without regard to which witness put it in. and where it was, and
I know. That's like chaos though.
it's like
Um,
everything we learned, just here it is.
okay, so he walks down to the creek. And now this was a very big point that the state was trying to make because, as we know, the defense is insinuating that with the search party, the size that it was that night, that there's no way that some of these civilian searchers didn't go onto Ron Logan's property and didn't walk in that area. So the state's made a concerted effort to get their witnesses to say it was really hard to see. The topography is really hard to walk and traverse. It's one of those things. Abby, all right. So
All right, wait.
Abby had
I'll
one.
explain. Hold on. The last witness, the one that I was lucky enough to see, that's when you saw the bodies, what they were wearing, how they were positioned. So that's why Bob's giving you the first witnesses, which was a lot of the scene and the things that he's describing.
Yeah,
So
so like this guy knew the least. It progressively went from knew the least, knew a bit more, to lead investigator CSI guy. Like, so last dude is the guy who took the most shocking pictures in terms of volume and just in terms of proximity to the girls, where you just really see the horrible images. And he
so
was that guy
so
because we
seeing
saw.
through the people that didn't who's because the last guy's pictures to me were everything.
Well,
So
I don't want to miss something. Like, I have to go through the notes because as we progress throughout the day, like I just want to make sure that I don't miss anything substantial from this guy. But so my point being is that he said that on his walk down to the creek, so he makes it all the way down to the creek, straight down from the cemetery, straight shot. So that's not too far off from Ron Logan's property. It's not too far off from the crime scene. And Luttrell asks him, "Did you see the bodies on the way down?" Again, to really drive home the point that, yeah, there could have been searchers over there, but the girls weren't easy to see. So this guy, makes it all the way down to the river, didn't see the girls on the way down. On the way back up, as he's walking down the bank, that's when he sees a couple of people, heads up over there, and that's when he is one of the first couple of cops to find the girls. At that point, he said he saw something white, but he didn't know what it was. He gets there, obviously, as we all know at this point, Libby was nude, uh, and Abby was clothed. He recognized them because he had seen the social media post the night before, so he knew that the search was over, sadly. Um, he was asked to describe what he saw. He said that both victims had large lacerations to the throat, and that both had a no. This is a inaccurate statement by him, and this is verbatim. He said that both had substantial amounts of blood on their bodies and around them. So as we progress through the witnesses, that's not true. As you just said, Abby's whole body was pristine. I mean, obviously, where the wound is, that's pretty bad. The
right, and
face,
there was some blood. There was some blood right at the wound. Yeah.
right? Yeah, in the face. Like it's like you can tell that the girls, like you see a lot of upward flowing blood on both the girls, which that makes you start wondering about positioning in terms of, were they hung upside, like what, why is the blood flowing up? Because it's like, I suppose, because dragging by the feet could do it, get some blood flow going up.
But the way that Libby was laying, you wouldn't have dragged by the feet from the water that way. She was that her toes were facing the water. It was my understanding.
Yeah, they both their feet were like facing the water. So he did not attempt to resuscitate. He didn't touch the bodies at all. Yeah,
Yes,
he
Bob's
gave
looking for
the
it every
distance
day.
from the creek. And if you guys, I'm pausing, it's because I'm reading through my notes. So his distance in terms of an estimation was 30 to 40 yards from victims to creek. Okay. All right. At that point, until they start securing the scene immediately. No one gets near the bodies, at least according to him, once the scene is secured. They get civilians out, and then he calls Liggett to find out what he should do. ISP troopers start arriving. I think, as you'll see, the CSI starts getting there around 1. This is your second cop. So it's Yoder. Yoder's the second cop with him. Yoder is not testified yet. So you're correct. So it was Giancola and Yoder are the 2 cops that walked down, first 2 law enforcement, to identify the girls.
Okay.
Now he claims that no one accessed the scene, okay, from the time that it was cordoned off. Okay, he's claiming that no one could have had access to the scene. Now, obviously, from the 14th going into the 15th, we don't really get a definitive answer as to how many people they had stationed. Because if you're on foot, there's a lot of ways into the trails. And it doesn't have to be the Mears entrance. It doesn't have to be over the Freedom Bridge. I mean, if there's a will, there's a way. Like, I mean, you can climb over the fence in the cemetery. You can come in like through the access road and come back the other way. I mean, there's just ways. I'm assuming, but we don't want to be assuming in a trial where proof is what matters. At some point, I hope that we're getting an answer to how many cops were stationed around this crime scene to make sure that people weren't in there. Because when you have that many civilians, it's going to be hard to keep people out. And and how are you clearing everybody out from we're stopping the search now, leave? Because you'll have those who are like, I'm not leaving.
Right. People could have continued to search.
Right. I'm going to keep looking. I'm going to keep looking until it's sunlight, and then I'm going to keep looking more. I'm not stopping. You can't make me stop. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. So that's basically the end of his testimony. The last thing and Luttrell did this with every single witness to rebut the concept that the unspent casing was planted. Okay. So he asked this cop what he was carrying. He was carrying in terms of a weapon, he had a Glock 9 caliber. As we know, what was found was a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson, unspent, fresh round. And then he said that the whole department had switched over to Glock 9 calibers probably about a year prior. So that's the end of his direct. Baldwin gets up and does the cross, and Baldwin tries to get him to, from the use of a photo, to describe kind of how steep exactly the slope is going down, because that's one of the things for the defense, is that they're trying to paint the picture for the jury that even if the perpetrator has a gun trained on the girls, that going down this steep slope would have been a perfect opportunity for one or both of the girls to break. I'm out of here. I'm going to take my chances and see if the sucker can hit me in the dark, or whatever, in the light, whatever the case may be, with trees, and I'm dodging back and forth. It's
right. But one of these girls isn't leaving the other behind.
Well, maybe they both break.
Right.
Libby's giving her the eye, we're about to bolt. We're about to bolt. We're about to bolt. We're about to jet. Let's go. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready. So ultimately he gives the answer. It's steep. He's like, I can't tell you what the grade is on it, but it's steep. And he gave a little resistance. You're getting it already from the cops. They're a little resistant. And Andrew Baldwin's cross-examination demeanor is very laid back. He's not aggressive. I think that the jurors are really going to like him over the long haul, because he just doesn't come hard at people, and he's got a very easy flow to his game. He's very laid back.
Yeah, I was saying when you weren't here on Saturday that I noticed that about him, and that he's really, really skilled at the witnesses not really seeing him coming.
Right.
He's easing them into it, and they're not, which is a skill, definitely.
Oh, no question about it.
I noticed it a couple times. It was little and it was understated, but it was there.
Oh yeah, he's got that Columbo thing going on. Oh, yes. One more thing.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, so like he had a great moment today that I really enjoyed with the second, no, the first CSI guy that came on. So Baldwin asked him about the right side of the bridge and talking about the slide marks. And this is where the discussion came out about what it was. Is it dirt underneath? Is it gravel? Ultimately, they land on dirt. The guy says, yes, it's dirt. And this is the question he asked about the trail cam video. He's like, you were on your way to get it. He says, yes. And then he says, you never got it. No. But then Andy forgot to ask the next question. Did anyone ever get it? And I thought he asked something. He may have asked it. And the guy said, I don't know. Like he wouldn't have known. So he said so he then moved on during crossing. He said, the people that you encountered, do you know where they had come from? Like which direction, where they had been? And he says, no. He said the people on the opposite side of the bridge who saw the multicolored shirt. And he says, yes, after speaking with them. So, and he then asked him, you said that both had a substantial amount of blood on them and around the girls. And he says, yeah. He said Abby had blood around the wound. He didn't really talk about the body, but then he said Libby had blood all over her body and all around her, which is not accurate. So the large pool of blood, and they put up an exhibit. It was one of the earlier exhibits that had, and I drew a sketch of it.
I did the same. I did a sketch, and I'm the worst artist. Bob's at least a little bit better than me. I'm like a small child, and I tried to draw, and this is me trying to sneak in like the thing I'm dying to say. What I saw as the shape out of all the blood in Libby's hand, what I thought was a clean white design in her hand. I want to hold it up, but it's so bad.
I'm gonna mine's so I'm skipping ahead to the next witness, but like so this, if you guys can see it.
What?
So
What are we looking at?
the two bodies with the sticks.
Oh, I see.
So you
Yeah,
can see the large blob next to Libby's body, where she had the large tree limb going over what looks to be her left shoulder and arm. Next to it is a tree, if you can read that. Okay. And then to the right of Abby is a smaller tree. To the, I guess it would be the northwest of that, there was a small area of blood. Much closer to Abby, probably about 3 to 4 feet, I was estimating, is the largest pool of blood at the scene. Okay. So that was it as far as pools of blood. And again, I am not a medical examiner. To me, for two girls that, died probably, from loss of blood, like the sanguination type thing.
You see that little picture there?
Yeah.
That is the picture. It's horrible.
It looks like a banana.
No, what I looked at when I saw it, I said, that's a hammer. I was trying to draw it, and then I was like, I'm so horrible. It's ridiculous. You thought it looked like an R, but from the jump, I thought it looked like
but you have to remember, it looked like it was done with somebody's finger. So it looked like
it looked like she had an object in her hand that was wiped away around or something. I do not know, but her hand is all covered in blood except this one area, and I could clearly see I leaned over to you, and I was like, why does that look like a hammer?
Like a lowercase r.
To me,
that's like, all right. So, but like if it were a person that did it, so imagine a bloody palm, and that somebody just took their finger, did a line up like this, and then a small R. Like I don't know if that's a symbol. Like I don't know if that's like a symbol.
I thought it looked like
because that area had not one drip of blood. It's like bloody hand, except for this thing. Like, and I'm trying to think, like, if I put my hand together strangely and it gets opened up, like if I'm pinching my hand together, would that have created it?
No, because on one of her fingers were bent.
It did not look like Thor's hammer. Like I don't even know why Allison's bringing the hammer thing up. It didn't.
I
Really,
swear, to me, it looked like a hammer.
I think you just have
It was the first thing that I saw when I looked at it. I even saw a little rounded, like, I have to ask
like a
Barb
lowercase
McDonald,
r.
because Barb McDonald would have been able to look at it close up in the evidence, like when they went to view it. But I am telling you that it was too clean. I think they could have, the object could have been in the hand, and then the blood like came after. But when the fingers were bent, I noticed, like, it's too hard to explain, but in my mind, it looked like a hammer, or a really, like, pointy. It was the roundness of the top that makes me not think it was an R. It was like, it was rounded at the top.
Right. So, but what I'm trying to explain to you is just think about if I were to finger paint Allison, it had
your fingers round.
finger.
Yeah.
Okay. It looked like a straight line up and a little, it looked like a lowercase r. I promise. I promise. If we were to lay money on it, and like
I haven't seen an Olehy hammer,
I'd win the bet. Like everybody would like, oh yeah, that's a lowercase r.
I,
Maybe I'm wrong.
it was so pointy. The pointy part was really pointy.
It looked like finger painting. It looked like a finger painting to me. Like, but whatever. I gotta
My picture's awful. I can't
get
draw.
like there's
Bob's
like,
is actually
there's
really
no
good
end to
at
this
sketch.
debate. There's no end to this debate, like until we see the thing. All right. So again, remember when we're on Baldwin's cross.
It was in the palm of her hand.
The palm of her hand, correct. Of Abby's hand.
No,
okay, so,
Libby's.
No.
Abby's hand was pristine clean. Libby's was covered in blood except the one spot. I promise you.
One of Abby's, well, see, that's what you get for jumping ahead before my notes. Like this is, we're not on that.
You're right. You're right.
I guarantee you I have it written down because my notes are very thorough. All right. So okay. So Baldwin asks him. So Baldwin, in terms of trying to rebut the fact that he didn't see the girls on his way down to the river, Baldwin asks him, well, because remember, again, they're trying to say, look, you know, the girls were really hard to see. This is, you know, you're making a defense trying to make it like they were super evident. And so, but Baldwin said that you weren't really looking for bodies when you walked down to the river, right? You're looking for upright girls wandering around the forest. You're not looking for two girls that are deceased. And he says, that's correct. I was looking for the girls, you know, not thinking that they were dead. So then he says he gets a call while he's down at the scene. And he says, who called you? He says, Liggett. And Andy says, so your phone worked? And he said, yes. And he says, who's your carrier? And he says, AT&T. So this is the second witness, including Derek, actually the third witness. So we had Becky Patty calling AT&T from the trails, asking them to start pinging the phone so they could get the girl's location. You then have Derek German, who called many times from the trails, all kinds of people. His phone worked. And then you've got this cop who also was talking to Tony Liggett, whose carrier is the same carrier as Libby.
I'm just going to chime in to say I Googled like Odin's hammer and somebody did a ball print hammer. No, I'm thinking like, you know, that little thing that he chiseled with in
935, dude.
I know, but what did Mark Dufresne like? What was that? Andy Dufresne.
It's a rock hammer.
I'm gonna see what that looks like. To
me, it looks like it doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like a lowercase r. It looks like
that is more what I kind of
a rock hammer looks like. It looks like this.
That's what I was like. I feel like the little hooky was kind of pointy like that, but it hooked more.
That's what a rock hammer looks like. You see it?
Yeah, but I just pulled up a picture of it. It has a pointy end.
Or the rock or the handle can be more in the middle of the head. Okay, so on redirect, Luttrell says, well, the area that Baldwin was calling flat isn't really flat, right? And he says, well, you know, because again, which I think kind of helps the defense in terms of their theory. They want they want the topography to be very hard to navigate because remember, it's the contention of the defense and frankly law enforcement up until they arrested Richard Allen that this was multiple people that committed this crime. Um, and you know, his answer was that the girls, they were in an area that was kind of in a dip. But really what that was going to was that they were not easy to see. That there could have been civilian searchers and even law enforcement over on that side of the river the night of, and they might not have seen them because they were down in this dip. All right. And so basically Luttrell is doubling down on the whole visibility thing. Like they're trying to make it that the girls were nearly invisible to the naked eye throughout the course of that night. Okay. So then we get a jury question, which I always love. And so they asked the question that we were all wondering. They asked, what electronics were you trying to view at the sheriff's office? I was like, thank God for jury questions. Come on, jurors. I'm like, because he was just calling it electronics. And then Andy didn't ask, like, what were they looking at? Because I'm thinking, like, oh, they had Libby's phone already. I'm like, really? Okay. So that's when we learned that it was the iPad. That's where he
It
talked.
took a juror to ask that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
Wow.
just got a jury question. So
Wait, I'm showing you this. I'm showing you this. You have to see. Now, Bob,
it didn't
you
look like
tell me
you.
looking at this. If you look at this one and you cover up this part, isn't that like the little R you saw?
No.
What? Wait a
What are you
second.
talking about? That? Like those are regular hammers, dude.
No. Look.
Are you talking about the sickle down there? The hammer and the sickle?
If you
Yeah, those are
cover up,
regular hammers, honey.
stick your finger over the hammer part of it.
What do you mean? So it's just the handle?
No, so I can't like this thing that I'm putting my
I get what you're saying. Okay, it looks just like a hammer, babe.
but it might have looked more like a sickly one. I don't know. Whatever.
All right, so the second
I'm
witness
killing
was
you.
called to the scene. He's the first CSI guy we get, and it's Jason Page, Indiana State Police, 24 years, CSI for the last
Thank you.
16 years. He had been a detective during his career. He had worked with the SWAT team for a while. His job is to document crime scenes. He's a photography guy. He's not a bagger and a tagger. He's not one handling evidence. It's not his gig. He goes out there, he notes evidence, he finds it, and he makes his observations, and then he takes pictures. He was an art photography major in college, and his training was about a 6-month period, which is longer than most. Most of them had a month, 4 weeks for these CSI guys. He then went into the laboratory system, and he's still a part of it now. And he was asked if he worked with forensic pathologists. He says, yes, he does. Dr. Scott Wagner and Dr. Wolf out of Indy, Fort Wayne, respectively. He's worked death investigations for 22 years, has processed not necessarily all homicides, but just in terms of processing scenes, probably 900 plus crime scenes, 100 crime scenes in that area as a CSI. And you know, he was asked if he's ever had sharp instrument deaths. Yes. Firearm crime scene deaths. Yes. Question: is it unusual for you to work with other agencies? I says, no, it's the opposite. It's typical for me to work with other agencies. So then he says 75% of his work actually is with other agencies. So he arrived at the crime scene at 1:30 p.m. on the 14th. He parked at the old cemetery and walked down. He got down to the crime scene. There were numerous officers present already. And the crime scene log was already at the crime scene. So he said he logged in. That ultimately there were 3 CSIs total that worked that scene. All 3 of them were from the Indiana State Police. So he worked with, what is the name of the last witness? Olehy. I think it's Olehy.
Yeah, Brian. No, Brian.
Olehy.
Ohely.
Olehy. Yeah, Olehy. Olehy. I'll get to it when I spelled it phonetically for myself because I was thinking he's Hawaiian. Um, so he gets down there. They created a barrier about the size of a football field. So when you look at it, it does look to be about 100 yards in length, big rectangle. Within that, he also sees the dive team down there by the river.
Olhy, by the way. Olehy. Oleh.
Yeah. So Olay or Olehy, Olehy, Hey. Yeah.
No, EHY. Olehy.
Olehy, whatever. All right. So other officers searching outside the cordon off area. So you had the guys in, which are the CSI guys working in the area. They refer to the area where the girls were located as ground zero. So that was a
So
phrase.
you're at him right now. You're already at Olehy?
No, I'm still at the second guy.
Oh, okay.
It's Jason Page.
Oh, okay. So I still didn't see this guy.
Right, but what I'm gonna need to dip and then I'll be back. So we'll go a little bit out of order. But you can jump and start doing Olehy in like 3 minutes, I think. Let me see.
All right.
They want me on.
Mining symbol. Let me see.
Okay. All right, let me see.
Hmm.
Bear with me.
Oh, I found it.
What?
I think it is. It is. If the mining symbol, I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to show it to you. Let me make it bigger.
Are you still doing the hammer thing?
I'm sorry. That picture.
We don't even know if it was done by a person.
Or no, or by an object in her hand. This is what it looked like. All the things everyone keeps sending, none of it was quite right. None of it was quite right. And then because of the top, that's what's crazy. Okay, wait.
All right. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going while you're obsessing on the hammer thing.
All right, you guys will do it as soon as he leaves.
Yeah, you guys can obsess about the hammer thing. I mean, because like, look, if the whole Odin thing that they can't talk about, like that would make sense. What you really people should be looking up and see if a lowercase r is a symbol in any of those like Norse paganism type.
I'll Google it. I'll Google it.
Okay, so he gets down there. He sees the dive team is down there. A bunch of them are down in the water, and there's again officers searching outside the cordoned area. Ground zero is what they designated the area the girls were found. And that is about a 30-foot square foot radius around the girls. We then get some more exhibits in 18, 19, 20, all were admitted. 18 and 19 are topographical, kind of like aerial shots of the area. And 20 is a diagram of the body, which I showed you guys. That was 20. This is 20. That thing. So then, and in terms of making it, Rosie actually does a cross here, and they ask him how they made the topographical and how they made the. Oh no, Rosie's not at cross yet. He had a little voir dire kind of in the middle of it before he didn't object to that particular diagram being used. They said to create the diagram, they did a 3D scan. They had scene photography. It was like a layover type issue. And he says it's not exactly scale. All right. And then Rosie asked him when they made that thing, and he said March of 2024. So very recently. He asked what, is he aware of which way that Deer Creek flows? And it's east to west. That was the answer he gave. They used barrier tape, again, the size of a football field. And then they created, like I said, that inner around the, what do they call it? Ground zero. It was that 30-foot diameter, which they also roped off interiorly. So that told all the other cops, don't come in here. The CSI is doing their business in here. Stay out. All right, I got a dip. So you jump to the last guy, and then I'll be back when I'm done.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Love you, bye. Hammer time.
Yes. That is so true. That is so true. All right, people, here's what we have. I don't know how to make it Okay, let me see what you're seeing so I can see. Okay, so if you take off, oh, and I got to do it on this so you can see what I'm doing. If you take off this second, can you guys, God damn it. Hold on. I'm going to do it like this so I can see what you see while I'm doing it. No, you're not seeing that. Damn it. How do I do it? Whatever. If you were to take off one of these, oh wait, hold on. If you were to take off like one side of this one that's like a stick with the pointy, that's to me exactly what it looked like. Right, right. It would have to be small to fit in her hand. Bob's saying like because it was very clean. So could it have been that clean by it being in, in her hand? Could it, or could it have been, I don't know. I don't know, but that's that. But the thing for me that makes it like it's. I wish I. Why can't I make my mouse go over what you guys are seeing? That's what I don't understand. Did I share a different screen? Oh, I did share a different screen. All right, hold on. Okay, so there we go. There's the mouse. If you take like this part off, it was this part like at the top that looked round to me, not the little bump, but like this part, and then that part, and then this part to me. Um, sort of. I don't know. Now I'm starting to doubt myself because I didn't, we didn't get like the best look at it. But it looked like something was in her hand or that they cleaned it. But it was definitely white, like Libby white in that one spot. And like at first you just assume, well, it's because like her hand was bent up, as it was, but so that like blood just didn't get into that area. But what a strange shape. Like it to be so shapy, so curvy. Look up a SCYTHE. Uh what was it? SCHYTHE, something like that. Yeah. Images. Well, I mean, I don't know. That thing looks super knifey. But I guess sort of. Sort of. Like I'll show you guys this picture. Hold on. I'll show you what I mean. Share screen. Okay. So if you look at this part being kind of round, but see, like this thing's super bladey and that's like real long. And it was faced the other way, like because it was like imagine an R, like Bob's saying, it would go the same way an R went. And it wasn't like that super long. Like it was, I felt like it was pointy, more like kind of like this one but face flipped the other way, but still, I think shorter than that. Like, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. But here's the thing. All right, I'll get into the last witness, but I'm not going to be as regimented as Bob because I just can't. So his do you believe and he did all these jury questions, right? Or maybe we'll come back to them when he comes back to do that. Let me see what you guys are questions so far. Let's see. If we have any super sticker questions, I'll answer them. Okay. So CBC, thank you for the $5. This is me, okay, completely speculating based on what I saw today. I thought Abby was the person. She's definitely the person in my mind. I say like definitely, but again, this is all me. Who looks cleaned, clothed. Now that could have been they felt the most guilt over her. They wanted her clothed, but she was so clean. Now I understand if they both girls lost their blood, that would be why they are so white. So maybe her being clean like looks more clean, but I literally wrote the words. I like leaned over to Bob and I was like, from the first picture of Abby, I know what it says. It says, so first I noted like that the Nike shoe looked clean. That was the first thing that I noted looked clean. There's some more stuff I do have to get to with this. I should be a little bit more regimented than what I'm doing, I guess. So yeah, I wrote fingers bent, same as Libby, because I noted like all of their fingers were bent. Perfectly clean. Perfectly clean, pristine. That's what I wrote. And then I wrote that I look up at the jurors. I'm like, are they noticing this? Because then the question was like, so there was no blood on Abby's hand. It started like with her hand, and like they progressed through each thing. So then I look up to see who is writing this down, and it was only two ladies who I've noted, take good notes too, but not the guys who usually take a lot of notes. Like I didn't see any of them writing it down. So, and I'm going to come back to it because I'm going to go. Oh, so Indy, I'll have to look back at my notes for that one. Bob might have better notes on that because, so Indy Cindy did ask a skith. Is that how you pronounce it? That is a witch's rune shaped like a skith. Witchcraft. Aleister Crowley ritual. I don't know. Okay, so now we have T-Dub tells me to look up a Laguz. Let's see. Laguz. Image. Ooh, could be. That is a lot like it. That is super like it. What is it? I'm going to show you guys a picture of it. But it was a little, I felt like rounder at the top. That's a lot like it. I'll show you guys a picture. Laguz. So yeah, and see how it looks like Bob's saying it's a lowercase r. It's a lowercase r. Ooh, it says the water rune of Elder Futhark. She was like, they were in the water. I mean, look, this is like the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing. I probably got so many people pissed off right now asking for, I want objective. These are my objective, subjective. I mean, you need to know what imagery I saw, right? So all I've been doing is describing what I've seen and then checking these things that you people are saying. And I'd say between the last one, like the skith, this is probably even more like it. I just felt that this top part, and maybe it wasn't rounded like as much. I just felt it to me had definition. Like it did not look like it was just, but like Bob's saying, if someone uses a finger, wouldn't a finger sort of have a shape at the top? It didn't look like a finger. The pointy, what Bob's calling an R, or this, or the skithy thing, I remember feeling like it looked pointy. So yeah, T-Dub, it kind of does look like that. Like I said, I'm probably, okay, now she's like Google Norse symbols, icon like hammer. And I was doing that while we were talking. And now that I see this, because Bob said Google R's, and this water rune thing came up in my like search, and I thought, well, that sounds kind of nonsensy. But now that I'm looking at what the picture of it looks like, that actually is very, very much like it. Precoscent trying to send our Twitter DM, but can you confirm pool of blood with asterisk sticks near Abby's feet? So I did not see. So Bob was there when they were doing more of like the scene stuff. I was there when they were like showing the bodies. I'm going to say this, okay? I do not think, like how Bob was saying, that like the one guy walked past the bodies and didn't even see them, but saw something white and didn't notice. Now, what I was thinking when he said that was that guy was on his way to a certain point. Like there were people in a certain point. So he's thinking that. I'm thinking if people are looking and they see something white, they're going to actually go inspect more. That being said, I do think it was harder to see them than what I may have thought before. And I said yesterday on the live with attorney Melanie Little, which if you're not already, go do it, but was that I didn't think that road from Saturday, I was like, one of the court goers was telling me how the one cop who testified that he took that access road, which is really like a private road that turns actually into a real road. I think it's like 625. I looked at it on the map. It didn't appear to be as close to the water. It looked very kind of far from where the girls would have been. Like, I don't think that person driving by would have seen the girls even if they were there. But I think he could have seen activity if there were still people up and about and doing activity. So to answer your question about blood with an asterisk sticks near Abby's feet, it wasn't what I didn't see it. But I'm not able to go as close. And I don't know, they're not finished with this guy, and we haven't even heard from the defense. So I'm sure all of these things that the defense has been claiming, they're going to put on their on when it's their turn, and we'll get the chance to say whether we think it looks like anything like that what they were saying. But the other thing to answer what Precosin is saying, there was something on Libby's chest, I think it was. I didn't get to see it well. And they tried to say, and I'll go through the notes, so I'll explain it to you guys even better, but that but that it was to obscure them. And I was like, what are these? They were like really little things. Like I didn't get to see what they were, because only the media can get up close and personal with them. And again, I'm sure the defense is going to do this on their cross, but obscuring what? Like, that was ridiculous, the argument. But I'll explain better as we go back through. And then Amber asks, fingers bent at the knuckles, please explain. Thank you. Yes, fingers, everybody's fingers were bent at the knuckles. Abby, like this, almost like she was holding on to something, and now I've got but her hands were totally covered by Libby's sweatshirt. Like, you couldn't actually see her hands, but you could see. And again, I'd have to see what Bob's little sketch was like, because I didn't see those pictures, because by the time I saw the picture of Abby, they had removed a stick. And if that stick was like right at neck level, to me, it was like her fingers are around the stick. And I don't know if that would be literally or figuratively, but both of their fingers were bent at the knuckles. Yes, both of them. And I don't know if it was both hands of Libby, because I don't remember if I saw both hands, because maybe I was like just so focused on the one. But her knuckles were definitely bent. Was the pointy symbol towards the thumb or the pinky? It was, I guess, which hand was it? Let me see. Here's my little picture. Probably getting so much backlash from this. Come on. All right, so I'm gonna start. All right, I'm gonna answer that question because I said that I would. But then I'm gonna go to the beginning and go through this. The heck? Where's my little picture? Looked. Oh, here it is. So I don't know, guys. We'll have to compare Bob's notes with mine. I'm trying to picture it in my head, which I'm like the worst at. But I can tell you that it was up at the top. So where the thumb would be, I just can't remember which side of the hand it was. But the pointy was at the top, and if the bottom is the pinky, that's where it was. It was the opposite of that. So towards the thumb. Now, Ant No Angel, thank you very much. Glitter is often used in magic ceremonies. What color glitter? I don't know what anybody's talking about. Glitter. The guy said that. So when I say the guy, so the CSI people, they used once it got dark, they were using like lights. Two of the three guys that were involved in this process were wearing glasses that were tinted to try and find, I think, like biological material or blood. I'm not exactly sure. So, and they're using these lights, either flashlights or special lighting, and something glistened off of the bullet. Like he saw something glistening. Like, so I haven't heard anything about glitter. So if anyone else knows what Ain't No Angel is talking about glitter, that that's the only thing I can assume that she's referring to is that someone has misreported what they said about he saw the light reflect off the bullet, unless there was something else, and I haven't seen it yet. But Bob didn't mention it to me, and I feel like if there was glitter, he would have mentioned it to me. All right, well, I didn't see that precocent. Well, thank you, Veronica. Awesome job. Thank you so much. And we'll come back and thank you again. I just wanted to grab any questions that were over there before I started going through all of these. But thank you very much. I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to go through this guy's testimony like from beginning to end, and then I'll like answer you guys' questions as best that I can. So this is Brian Olehy, my best bet. He works for the gaming as a gaming agent. He's done that a really long time. He was a trooper, and he was 7 years as CSI. So he got a phone call from a detective Hammond, and he was asked to come to Carroll County. He started to drive to the area. He called for Jason Page, which I think is one of the guys that Bob told you guys about, because he wanted additional help. It was night. It was two girls. Then he received another call from Hammond and said that it appears to be a red room. I'm getting the hang of that. And there was foul play. So he called CSI Sergeant Wayne Datzman. That's the witness that Bob was going to start, but he left and I'm in. So that's the guy we skipped. We're going to come back to him to come and help. He arrived. They asked him for the time, and I don't think he gave it because I would have written it. He arrived at County Road 300. He parked at the cemetery. He met Detective Hammond. He went down a steep ravine that drops off sharply. And then he said he can only call it like a floodplain area, heavily wooded, Indiana forested, the same along the river that you would expect in Indiana. He just kind of kept going on about that in a wooded area. He said it was February. It was a warm, sunny day, 55 to 57 degrees. He said it was a very typical area. The whole state's rural. started talking about he's a hunter and this was like prime deer country. It looked like deer country. He was looking for tree stands and cameras. He thought there would be trail cameras, but he found none. And that's what Bob was saying was one of those inconsistencies. He contacted landowners to see if, or told people to contact landowners and see if they had given permission for anyone to hunt. As far as scene security, he said there was a trooper, Wes Innes, who was putting up crime scene tape. He told him to make it wide. The crime scene log was in effect. When he approached, he was entered into the crime scene log. He designated an area ground zero from where the bodies were to 20 to 30 feet out, and then another 10 to 15 beyond that, and asked for no one to enter. So, and this is where they're saying, like Bob was saying, they're establishing like their their they're making sure, like, did you have a gun? No one else got near it. What kind of gun do you carry? That kind of thing. He asks, did you observe anyone at ground zero area? And he said there were 2 personnel, and I thought he said it was, what I wrote down was Detective Cola, but I couldn't hear it. And then the other was Yoda for sure. But he felt that they were still some distance away from the area. Once he arrived, he became the lead officer. He said he wasn't carrying any firearms, but he didn't believe he was carrying any firearms, but if he would not have been carrying the regular issued one, which is the SIG. I know somebody put the pronunciation in here for me before, but like the SIG Sola, the SIG Sauda, the SIG Sour. I think that's what it was, SIG Sour. But he said, so, which would have carried your standard 40 Smith & Wesson kind of bullet, that it wasn't that. And he said something, I wrote it in circle and questioned it and said of the people that were over there, they may have been civilians, and he wasn't sure. There were multiple tasks. The FBI response team was there to get the clothing out of the water in Deer Creek. So let's see. So he said the emergency response dive team had been watching the clothes, and that he had the FBI response team collect the items in the water. So this is where I wrote to the side, fireman, circle, question mark, and I told Bob, well, what we heard from Jake Jones was that he went up and told a fireman, and that he watched as the fireman went and retrieved the clothes. And then that the fireman actually communicated to him after he retrieved those clothes. So I'm thinking this guy doesn't realize that. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal at the end of the day. I doubt that they put it in a different position, but I think it was clear that somebody had retrieved those and probably put them back. So there you go. Another state something, Tim Cody, had special equipment for crime scenes. They called it a Pharaoh. So it's like something that takes pictures, but it doesn't take pictures in what the normal sense of what we think taking pictures is, but it uses light, and it essentially documents imagery of the scene, and that they use that. We haven't seen those pictures yet, but it's called a Pharaoh, Faro, some abbreviation for something. He said he observed them collect the items, that the wet clothes went to a drying room, and it's just a way to dry the clothes, but not in like an actual dryer so they don't get moldy. So during the Fargo scan that was being completed by Cody, they weren't near ground zero, because if you're in that area, you're going to get picked up in the picture. And maybe some of you guys in the chat know more about the Faro. So I see some of you guys giving some info, so that's good. Then they did this grid search around ground zero. Hmm. And they took pictures of it. I think that all the pictures got admitted into evidence, but not published yet. So this I thought was interesting, and I've got to look at the rule here, and I don't know what the judge said, but while they were doing so, what happened was Luttrell gave the witness like a ton of exhibits, 78 through 137, and so he has the witness look through them, and he's like, are those the way they looked? And then, yep, Brad says, wait, I need to keep looking through these. So he takes about another 30 seconds because it's a lot of pictures. I don't know what he was looking for. I'm assuming maybe something he didn't recognize or who knows what. So he asks to approach. They do a sidebar, and I think they went like behind and had like a detailed discussion. So when they go behind the big TV screen and the white noise goes on, not only does the courtroom gallery start to get kind of chatty and loose, the jurors start talking. So all of the jurors on the top row, 4 on the end, were comparing their notes, and like it looked like maybe taking notes off their notes. Now typically, the in states that have notes, from what I have seen, they say don't rely on someone else's notes, rely on your own memory, because if someone takes a note wrong, and you guys are seeing it live and in person going on here, I'm certain between me and Bob, Andrea Burkhart, and lawyer Lee, that you are getting some things are being said, some things are coming out different, and it's just obviously we're all doing the best that we can with what we have. But if one of us had it wrong and we all copied it down, then what good is that? Like somebody asked me on yesterday's live, weren't the clothes found on the other side of the river or creek? And I was like, no, that's not what I have in my notes. That's not what I think. I think they were both found very close together on the same side of the river. And so if someone else notes had it being on the other side and everyone was writing that down, then everyone would be, getting it wrong. So I don't know if that's something that Judge Gull said they can do. You guys can compare notes and discuss them. I know they're allowed to talk about the evidence. I understand that, but typically you don't, like base your memory off somebody else's notes. But actually the guy whose notes, he does take very good notes. I see him taking notes all the time. So, all right. In any event, so I was like, all jurors took notes. Oh yeah, some more notes about the jurors' notes. All right, so now he gets into the clothes, where the clothes were found. I know all of you want to know this. Where were the clothes found? So they found, right from the bank, blue jeans, an ankle sock, a tank top, one black Nike shoe, and the ankle sock was the furthest upstream. But the clothes, they're very, very, very close to where the bodies were found. Like he said, almost straight line from where the bodies were found to where the clothes were found. He said, if you're on the north side looking to the south, the jeans are the furthest right. I'm sorry, and also a hooded fleece sweatshirt. The hooded fleece sweatshirt, I think, was next. Then the tie-dye shirt. Oh, and a handkerchief. A handkerchief. Did one of the girls have on a handkerchief? I don't know about this handkerchief. Do you guys know about this handkerchief? Maybe I'm the only one. Like a bandana. So the jeans were inside out. The tie-dye shirt was inside out. I don't know if we've gotten the close-up pictures of like the sweatshirt and stuff. The jeans were inside out and the underwear were on the jeans, like between the knees and the like crotch area. No, like a bandana kind of handkerchief. Yeah, no, there was a bandana. This is for sure. Absolutely, positively. Um, I'm gonna look up a Norse hammer now just to tell you if I thought it looked like that, guys. I don't know. That image doesn't look like what I not that's not what I saw like in the palm of her hand, me personally. I mean, I guess maybe kind of like this one thing, if you flipped it upside down, could like sort of kind of, but you know what, I'm not even gonna put it up because it's not really what my memory thought it looked like. But it's not like too far off, I guess. But kind of, yeah. Like kind of far off. But the way that it's kind of smaller. So there's like, I'll show you guys the screen. Did I already share it? How do I find you again? Whoops. So like if this thing's flipped upside down, but this was pointy and there's only one side, like maybe sort of kind of this, no, nothing like that kind of thing. If that's what we're talking about, not at all. So not this kind of thing, not this kind of thing, but like not this kind of thing, but sort of this kind of thing in the sense that there's like a top and there's this part that comes over, but not this other side of it. So I don't know. I don't know how you guys want to translate not this kind of thing, not this kind of thing, but thisy kind of thingy. So, oh gosh, you guys all want to kill me yet? Thank you, whoever did that, because I don't think I did it. Let's see. Okay, so let me go back through this thing. So, tie-dye shirt, handkerchief or bandana, black Nike suit shoe, ankle sock, blue jeans with underwear around it, fleece hooded sweatshirt. There was also an orange sock, but the sock in the water, I think, was the black sock. There was also a black tank top. I don't remember if that was in the water or not, the black tank top. But they held it up. It was Faded Glory, size 10 to 12. There's an orange sock. Right, a black tank top, jeans with underwear attached to their Bob's back. Hey, babe, was the black tank top found in the water?
Yes. The camisole tank top. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was.
The jeans were inside out, and at a different time he gave the size for those jeans. You remember?
And the underwear.
Right,
So
they were literally on the legs. It was like,
it
imagine
was like
like
they
someone
were like peeled
pulled
off,
off, right, at
like they were
one
wet.
and inside out.
You ever pulled off wet jeans? That's what it reminded me of, because they were all the way inside out, like they were peeled off. Just like you've had wet jeans on, right?
It doesn't need to have been wet for that to happen, babe. I promise you that.
No,
Like
I understand.
somebody's like taking your jeans
Have you
off
ever
like
had
that.
wet jeans though?
Yes.
Can you pull wet jeans off where they're not inside out?
Nope.
No.
I mean, it'd be hard. Someone else could do it, like from the bottom, maybe.
Yeah.
All right.
So how far are you in? You want to keep going with all right, somebody who knows definitively text me. We pronounce his name Olehy.
Olehy.
That's it.
So
you want to keep running through with Tim, because I still have, and then I could jump back and finish off.
I think for any sense of like fluidity, we should, because you
Okay.
know me, I've been bouncing all over the place, and there's probably a ton of people like, we just want the facts and we just want it real.
I'll keep rolling then. Keep
Okay.
rolling. So where
Well,
are you at in his testimony?
I literally just got to, so I got to the point where they went to put the pictures in where I was taking notes. Remember, I was like, babe, the jurors are sharing notes. So I just told them that story. So
Uh-huh.
I just got to the where we said that and see if you have better notes. What I wrote is like items of clothes close to the water's edge, north side of the creek. North of the items upstream from the other items
Are you still
was
on direct?
yeah. What? We haven't even finished this guy's direct.
That's why I just asked you. Are you still on direct?
Yeah, but we haven't. What I'm saying is it ended mid direct.
Oh yeah, that's right. Wait. Oh yeah, I was looking at the wrong
You're looking
page.
at the other guy.
Yeah.
So 50 to 70 feet from something was the ankle sock, the blue jeans, and I might have that wrong.
Are you going through like the laundry list of photos?
Right
Like,
before that, where he's describing, he's right before 82, which was an orange sock.
see, but did you see the beginning of him or no?
Yeah.
So you talked about the place where he said trail cameras, no
Yep.
trail cameras were found.
Yeah, I told him that that's what you were saying was the discrepancy. So, do you see where you wrote number 82 orange sock?
Let me see. Yes, pink sock.
Mm, they said the
Pink.
word.
It's pink. It's pink sock.
They said the words orange. I wrote down orange.
It was pink though. I looked at it with my eyeballs.
I know, but I think they said the words
I don't
orange.
care what they said. They
That
had
could
it
be
on
a
the
colored
screen.
blind thing.
For you.
Look, you remember the green shoe and the pink shoe?
Yeah, you remember that you can't tell the difference between black and navy blue?
I seriously can.
No, you
All
can't.
right. But anyway, it's the part where he's writing. Literally, I wrote 50 to 70 feet from something was the blue jeans and the ankle sock furthest upstream. So it would be where he said north looking south, the jeans are furthest to the right, and then the hooded fleece sweatshirt. So it's going to be in that area right before 82. I'm going to come right back because I take this sweater off.
Okay. He said, so it sounds like Allie was to the point where they were talking about what they pulled out of the river. All right. So I don't know if she said, so obviously they pulled the blue jeans, the footy sock, the hooded sweatshirt, the bandana, the tie-dyed t-shirt, and then the black Nike shoe, which was Libby's. Also the pink or orange footy sock, the black camisole or tank top, and that was a size 10 to 12. It was a Faded Glory brand. 84, which is the exhibit number, was the jeans found inside out. Also with the underwear were in there. So both were pulled down. It appears simultaneously that they were both pulled down at the same time. It appears to me, if I were to speculate, that the killer pulled them down both at the same time.
So right around that point, do you have something that says when you're looking north to south, the jeans furthest to what was found furthest? And there should be a point where they said like
Furthest from what? The crime scene?
no, they said this is what I have. North of the items, upstream from the other items, and then 50 to 75 feet from blank were the blue jeans and the ankle sock furthest upstream.
Yeah, I didn't do that, but that's accurate because the first thing that they saw was the tie-dye shirt and the Nike,
So okay.
which was kind of closest to the riverbank. So that was because like down, and then the hooded, what Abby was wearing, which was the zip up hoodie fleece, was submerged by
Right.
itself, which was
In
probably
the
about,
middle.
yeah, 10 to 15 feet. And then you had the largest group of clothes, which was like, the bandana, the camisole, the jeans and all that stuff was fine. Like and that bandana, it was like a bandana or a handkerchief. You couldn't really tell. And then So
Well, it
that's
was a black sock was the one that black ankle sock was in the water, but the orange or pink one was found on the ground.
right. Right. Well, when you say on the ground, you mean like on like a little thatch in the river, right?
I don't know. I thought that was not in the water.
I
I
was
thought
under
it
the
looked
impression
clean.
all of those were found on the waterway, but that's what I'm saying. Like there were little places where the water was low, where there was like some some like growage of weeds or
Can
small
you clear this up for us,
tall
babe? There
grasses.
was no glitter at the crime scene, right? They talked about the light
No,
reflecting off the
no.
bullet.
Yes, there was no glitter. He used the word shimmering, glittering to describe when the alternative light source was being shined back and forth,
And it
and
reflected
the
off
dude
of the
without
bullet.
the goggles saw something
Same
glittering, he
same
said.
thing I said.
No glitter, no glitter. I don't know who
Okay.
reported that there was glitter at the crime scene, but that's wrong.
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 But thank you very much, Freckled Joy, for
Yes.
the $9.99. I'm trying to
Yeah.
answer you guys' questions. I don't know what Darren's going to do with this cluster,
Yeah,
but
as soon as I got off, he's like, "Is Allie doing this thing alone?" I'm like, "No, I just hopped off." She's still talking about the hammer. He said you kept
we found it.
mispronouncing.
We
He
found
said you
it.
kept. Did he get you the message that you were mispronouncing scythe?
Oh, no, but I want to show you something. This is what I forget who it was. Whoever you
It
were,
might
I'll
be.
find it.
I don't know. How are you saying it? Scythe or scythe?
I think I said skid or something. But look, okay, I'm gonna
What?
find who said it first.
Yes.
Okay. Let's find who said it first. Did Dizzy just say something? I heard her accent.
No.
Oh, in my mind. Okay. T Dub told me, hey, look up Lagoos. Now look at this, babe. This is the combination of you and me right here. You're gonna die. What do you
Mhm.
think?
Pretty close. Pretty close.
And that was so organic, the way like like that's crazy. Wait, there you go. Wait, why did it's gone?
Yeah, Allie's never gonna pretend like she's the best pronouncer of words. Like that is not
No.
something like she's brilliant in many, many, many ways. Like pronouncing words isn't one of them.
Oh, look, someone else
That's
had
more my strong suit.
said it even before that. Uh
All right, but I
so
don't want to get caught on this. Like I
yes,
want to
okay,
move on from this.
sorry.
I don't want to spend a half an hour on it. I mean, like when we get like, especially because we can't really bring it up. They can't like it's like it's never going to come up in trial. So why even talk about it?
I mean, I'm letting the people know what we saw with our own eyeballs.
People need to know.
I
Uh,
heard I heard what Vinnie Politan said to you. Your
what do you say?
observations are very important because people can't observe anything. They've
That's
got like
true.
5 people who are observing for them.
That's true. That's true.
So I feel like it's super important. Like, this is what I saw, and this is what I thought. Could I be wrong? Could it be some weird, like, just wow, that's
I
creepy.
mean,
Like,
when you're right,
when
you're
people
right.
see like a Jesus in the
All right, let's
Mary's
keep plowing
face.
along though. I feel like in this particular situation, I feel like we've like switched roles.
Okay.
Like you're like on like one of my tangents that I get on, and like people are like Bob's ADD, and you're always like, hey, stay on track, honey. All right, because we got a lot. I got a lot to go, and I
All
don't
right.
like. I got to get up early for court, and it's
And
already
I
ten
have to drive
thirty.
home.
All right, so now it does appear to me that you're in the laundry list of exhibits.
Now I
Okay,
am.
okay, so so to me on my list. 89 was the hooded zip up fleece sweatshirt.
Wait, before you get to 89, I want to mention
I just
85, the
said it.
tie-dye shirt was
Yeah.
inside out and it was a size extra large.
I said all those when you hopped off.
Oh, sorry.
I
Okay.
went through. I went through them.
The
So we're at
Nike, I
90.
noted how clean it was. What did you say?
Wait, 90.
Nike, the Nike shoe.
Yeah, I mean it looked newish, and
And
it
it was
didn't.
the left shoe. Did you say that?
I don't know.
And
Let
it
me
was
see.
still tied.
Size. Nike shoe, running shoe. No, I didn't say it was left. I wrote
Oh,
it, but I don't think that's where. we might be in a different area because I definitely wrote what
That's
foot.
88. 88 is the Nike shoe, pretty clean. Although it did have some like dirt scuffs. It definitely had some like you've been walking around in,
Oh yeah, left shoe, Nike running shoe, black
but it
and
wasn't
white.
like filthy like the stuff that
No,
was in the water was.
yeah.
Then
All
I
right, so
wrote for the
90 was a picture of Abby and Libby, a few feet from each other. It was kind of a wide angle lens shot, and there you can see towards closer, much closer to Abby's feet, a few feet from Abby's feet was what I would consider the larger pool of blood. And when I say larger pool of blood, considering how much blood loss there was, it doesn't seem like enough blood to me. But I'm no expert on it. You know
right.
what I
We were
mean?
talking to Andrea afterwards, and like she felt, I don't know, maybe what she probably
Felt
mentioned
the same
on
way.
her
There
own,
wasn't enough
like
blood.
it wasn't enough blood. And I just want to say one more thing, babe. Right here, before we got to the blood, I wrote on my notes in parentheticals, interrupted but reclothed already, because I keep noting how the state's like says he was going to have his way with them, but he was interrupted. Meanwhile, he's already had the girls, both girls naked, and has one girl reclothed. How do you get interrupted from doing something when she's reclothed in somebody else's clothes already?
And I just want to keep reminding people of the point that you made when you were on without me, that in this particular area, Alice and I were both out there. It's probably about 4:30 in the afternoon, quiet as hell out there. And when I heard the same critter that she was hearing. We were in completely different areas. I was standing on the Monon High Bridge, kind of waiting for Allie to
Someone to
get to
come.
me.
All right.
No, my wife to get to me, not
Oh,
someone. You. I was waiting for you to come to me. And
to you.
I kept hearing a critter. So when you're on the high bridge and you're looking, I'm facing what I think would be north, and you have that very steep rock wall. Like there's no climbing up and down that rock wall when you're looking. Like, remember when we were looking at the fish?
Yeah.
You can definitely see the fish. There's no question there are big fish, and you can definitely watch them
I've
from that
showed the
bridge.
people
It
a
was the
picture
first
on
thing I
two
did.
different lives.
So, but like if you look, remember facing what it would be north, and you're looking over to your left, that's a very steep wall. So I kept hearing something crawling around in there. It sounded huge. It sounded like a big critter, like at least a raccoon, maybe a deer. I was thinking deer, and I never saw anything. And then when I heard you saying that, point being, sound carries here. Like sound, like I find it hard to believe that neither one of the girls, if this happened between 2:30 and 3:30, would have not been screaming.
Or
I just
somebody would have heard them walking down that area, climbing up to that
exactly
area. How the
100.
hell you even make it through that? Well, I
With all the
actually
deadfall
think,
on the ground, all the dead leaves, yeah, I mean, 100%, and it
did you
hadn't
see an
been.
asterisk formed with sticks? Because I
Yeah,
didn't see that. I wasn't
they
there for those
absolutely,
pictures.
absolutely, unequivocally.
You did.
On
Oh yeah,
Abby,
I
yeah.
do remember you telling me that now.
It was clearly an asterisk. It was 3 sticks. You had these 2, and then you had 1 across the middle. It looked exactly like this. Exactly. And it wasn't open for interpretation. It looked exactly like that over her chest.
Now,
Like,
were the
without
hands holding on to the one that went long ways? Where her
I don't know,
hands,
because her arms were in this position. Like her arms are bent like this. Her hands were curled up, closed, and her like the witness described it as kind of like a fighter stance, is what he called it. So that's how Abby's arms were. So in terms of where they were, because they didn't take a ton of pictures with the sticks before they started removing them, at least that we've seen. So, all right, let's keep pounding through these. So, again,
was
we
there a
have
pool of blood there?
90 is Abby Libby, again, from a few feet away. The pool of blood closer, much closer to Abby's feet than Libby's.
There you go.
91 is a close up of the large pool of blood. And then you can also see, you catch a little bit of Libby's foot and you can see that there is some blood on her heel, and there's some blood on the lower calf, and probably up to the lower back of the thigh, which would indicate, which Cicero had testified to at the hearings in July and August, that he believed that she was dragged through that pool of blood to her final resting place, which would explain the blood on the back of the calves and the heel, but not necessarily because there was none on the bottom of the foot proper.
Wait, they did say blood on the bare foot of Libby heel. Oh, I see what you're saying. On the heel of the right foot. Yeah.
Correct. Yes. 93 picture of Libby, brutal. It was a brutal one. It was kind of just a full one. You'd see the blood coming from the neck. She's got blood on her legs, blood on her thighs, blood between her thighs.
Okay, so I wrote
And when
arm
we're saying
extended.
streaked blood, it's streaked blood on the legs.
I wrote her arm was extended way above her head, palm facing up to the sky. Now, with that hand, I don't remember if the fingers were bent or not.
I don't remember either, and I don't remember seeing a close up of it, but I think we did. I think both of her fingers were curled like this.
Abby's were for sure. Libby's on the one that had
I
this.
think when we looked at the right hand, that's the one you're like, is that her foot? And I'm like, no, it's not her foot.
That was bent. Right.
Her fingers are just curled like this, and it was a strange angle because it
Right.
really kind of did look like a foot, but it was.
And that's
like,
what made me. That's the image that I saw when I thought it looked like a hammer. So I guess I can't say for sure whether, because somebody asked, was the R towards the pinky or towards the thumb? Like,
so it was towards the pinky.
and I thought it was towards the. It depends the way the hand was up, whether the hand was this way or this way, and whether
it depends if it was the right hand,
right or the left. I thought it was the thumb.
If it's the right hand, then it would be the thumb. If it was on the right hand,
and that's what the hand I think it was, but don't hold me to it. Very well could have been the left.
All right. Okay, so then we've got
exhibit one more thing.
I got to pound through these.
This is important, though. I wrote blood painted on her face. You said you didn't think it looked painted.
No,
I couldn't see very well.
The blood was running upwards.
Okay.
Like at some point, either the girls were somehow hung upside down or were dragged in such a way that the blood was pooling up their chin and running up their face. But you can see that the blood was taking an upward path. It's that's what I'm saying. The blood on the thigh, on Libby's thigh, also was they were streaks of blood, not as like where the blood had. It looked like, and this is where Cicero, I like when I saw it, I kind of agreed with his assessment that Libby might have been leaning over at some point, and the blood may have been dripping from the wound onto her leg, because like there's seven or eight distinct streaks.
And when we get to that part,
droplets.
When we get to that part, we'll revisit it, because I thought it looked like somebody actually dripped them, and you and Andrea were both like, "No, you didn't think that."
I think that Cicero is probably right about that one. All right, so 93, exhibit number 93 was the limbs and branches, and the incised wound on the throat, and then the blood movement upwards towards the eyes and the nose, which was very visible on of Libby. We're talking about 94, same photograph except from a different angle.
But wait, before that, I wrote here bloodied right hand, wrist has numerous blood spots like being handled.
That's 95.
Really? Okay.
That's what I was just about to move down to. At some point, they skipped some. Like, so I don't know.
He doubled up once. He doubled up once for sure.
Yeah. And like, I don't know if you let everybody know that there was a pretty lengthy sidebar.
I did.
Prior to, so where Rosie had objected to a few of the clusters, but she let everything in over objection. So for that, I have right hand of Libby, bloody. He talked about they were taking the pictures of the hands to see if there were defensive wounds. he's that they did swab the hands, and that they found nothing of evidentiary value under her nails.
Which makes me think it was the right hand that had this picture on it.
Oh, I take that back. So for he did say that he found that there was an item of evidentiary value that was found, but he didn't say what it was.
He said on one of the girl's hands.
Right, which we can all assume that it's the hair. We heard nothing about the hair today yet.
Nope. We've seen images of both hands, everybody's hands, and nothing about a hair.
Right. Yeah, no hair. I didn't see it, so I don't know. Okay, so 96, I had left hand, less blood, and we're talking about Libby's completely clean. Oh no, yeah. So the left hand completely clean portion that looks like lowercase r.
So it was
So
a left.
97, right? 97, the right thigh. They really showed this, and somebody Google this while we're on it. I want to know about goosebumps because it took me by surprise.
Me too.
That she had goosebumps on her leg. You can clearly like from even
he mentioned it too.
He said it for sure.
Yeah.
Like, well, that's what made me look because it was the second thigh picture where I'm like, holy shit. I mean, she really had goosebumps. So somebody look into that. Like the goosebumps. I think
if you're scared, you get goosebumps.
But so. How long do they how long do they persist? That's the point.
If like, you have goosebumps when you die, do they
everything
stay?
About that situation would give you goosebumps, no question. Like, are we talking? Do they last 11 hours? So, let's see where we're at.
Goosebumps after death, also known as, I'm not going to even try it. They call it goose skin, occurs as a result of rigor mortis, a process, or rigor mortis, a process that causes muscles to stiffen after death. When someone dies, there's a chemical, ATP, that provides energy to cells, depletes lactate buildup in the muscles. This causes the muscles to stiffen. Well, that part we know. The stiffening of the muscles causes the hair to elevate, resulting in goosebumps. Rigor appears 1 to 2 hours after death. It's fully formed at 12. Lasts for 12 hours. It doesn't tell me how long those.
G-Dub gave us a pretty good explanation here. So bottom line is it certainly does occur after death. Okay. Okay, so the right thigh, same thigh, different angle, still again with the goosebumps. 99, the ASL reflection of the 40 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridge that was found. So 99 through 100, and we get quite a few casing shots here. So 99, again, they're shining the ASL. It's really hard to see. And it's not like somebody keeps saying it's buried. It wasn't buried. It was under leaves.
Well, but
it wasn't buried. It was under leaves.
I know. I'm just saying, I didn't think it looked that way in the picture, but I heard Barbara on with you, and she says, and she is the one, she gets to go close.
She keeps calling it buried. I was going to correct her.
One part of it was buried.
No.
There was one part of it.
She gets
to see the. All right.
It was under leaves, dude. It wasn't buried in the dirt.
All right, but she gets to see these exhibits close up. We don't.
I had it on an 85-inch screen. I could see it as clear as day.
One part of it.
That's the point. That's Baldwin's entire point, that you fucking never took another picture of the bullet so that we could see the actual projectile.
All you did is you. That's all I'm saying. She said that part of it was underground.
I'm telling you, it wasn't underground.
All right.
You know, like how we know that is because the second witness or third witness who testified said that when he first talked about it, he said that there was a clearing around it. And so then he finally admitted that he gently brushed away the leaves. It wasn't buried in the dirt. It was fall. There's a bunch of dead leaves. It fell into the leaves and was just kind of laying there like with leaves covering it and shit. Like I know what Barb was saying. I disagree with her on it. That's all. Because I know she's always had it kind of buried, like under the dirt. Like I'm like, wait, how do they find it? Like that's where the whole metal detector thing came up. You know, and it was like he saw it with his naked eye.
I can say what I saw with the picture didn't appear buried, but I assumed that maybe it
wasn't buried. But like in terms of like, where's the follow-up picture? because like Baldwin kept asking the question to every CSI, isn't it the best practice that you take a video of somebody picking the bullet up or the cartridge up and then gently twisting it around so we can see if there's any defects, and most importantly, being able to see what the projectile looks like, the actual bullet. And finally he gets the second guy, or the second CSI guy, to admit, he's like, we probably should have taken a picture of it.
The
But
last guy
none of them
said,
said we should have taken a video.
the last guy said, if it was me, because he said, if you had to do it all over again, you would take the picture. And he said,
Right.
if it was me, it would have been taken in the first place.
For sure. For sure. I mean, that's like, for chain of custody purposes, in a case where theoretically that is going to become, in which it did become, the biggest piece of evidence they have in the case, I assure you they're sitting around with a bunch of regrets. I don't give a shit what they're saying in
Why
court.
not just admit it? It's so weird.
Well, there was the stick thing was unbelievable. Like, sitting there saying that there was no evidentiary value of the sticks, just my mind like literally exploded in the courtroom. Gull called a halt to the proceedings. Like, two of the bailiffs came over, handed me my skull pieces back. They're trying to cram my brain back in. I'm like, oh my fucking God, I'm so sorry. I mean, dude, it was insane. It was absolutely insane.
I'm glad I missed it, babe. I would have been worried.
It was very, very traumatic for a lot of people. They're like, oh my God, did you see Bob Mata's head explode? All right, so 98, 100 was another shot of the cartridge or the unspent casing. It was in fact collected by this witness. So that's why I was saying the first two CSIs, especially the first guy, what's his name? I forget what his name is. See, this is why I wanted to, like, tomorrow I'm getting home early and I'm reading all my notes in so that the microphone can make a nice transcript for me. Because I hate going through my notebook. It's brutal. Mostly because I have to try to read my writing. Oh, so it's Page, CSI Page. All right. So he had said, like, Page was a photography guy. Datzman was a photography guy. They all took some pictures, but this dude was the collector. This is the guy that would collect, bag, put the evidence markers down. And like, he was the dude. He's the one who drove everything to the lab, everything that was going to be tested. But I put a lot of the blame on him, because when he says that, so even though, because he had the least experience of the three in terms of processing scenes, but he was the lead. But he said they all deferred to one another. They considered themselves a working unit. It was a lot of conversations, a lot of collaborations. But for three admittedly experienced CSI guys to all shit the bed like this with respect to things that they didn't do, not taking the sticks, because I don't care what they're saying. I don't care what is allowed in at trial. The fact of the matter is that we know that they sought out a professor at Purdue because they thought that the crime scene was odd enough to go have somebody that looks into that type of thing say, hey, what do you think? So first impressions from them make a difference. So it's like, they can try to walk it back all they want, but in terms of their actions in the early days of the investigation, that speaks volumes about what they were thinking. So in light of that, choosing not to bring the sticks and have them tested when somebody had to place them on the bodies, somebody handled them. Were they maybe wearing gloves? Of course they were. Maybe they weren't. Maybe the sticks had like a sharp piece of bark that, cut into one of their hands and through their latex glove, and who knows? You take the shot. When you have all these instruments in terms of sticks that are left for whatever purpose, left on the bodies to not test them, I think could be a really big problem for them, because it's going to be just an accumulation of things that should have been done that weren't. You know, it's like I desperately do not want the defense to start like trying to push that the cops planted the thing. Like I like if you're gonna beat the bullet, beat it on science. Don't have it. Just say that's not Allen's fucking bullet. And
Right.
this is what our experts saying. Don't turn this into Karen Reed. Don't turn this into a conspiracy that the cops planted the bullet in order to get Richard Allen. It's got to be that's just they couldn't really identify it. That's how you beat the bullet, not
Right.
by turning it into the cops are dirty here. It's a losing battle, and it's not going to work. So I
Right.
hope they're not going to do that, and I don't think that they will. I think that they're going to attack it with the science or lack thereof is what I feel is going to happen.
So now we're going to get to the positions of Abby and where they found the other Nike sneaker and the phone. So we're getting there, guys. Now, babe, I wrote so first before we get to Abby that when they lifted up Liberty, they said there
Wait,
was.
don't get there yet, babe. So I want to note this because,
Oh,
and I apologize for interrupting
no,
you,
you're
but
good.
like my next note was, and it was critical because coming into this trial, and this is exactly why I was saying I never speculate on shit. I left that to everybody else. This channel never speculated on what the evidence was because I didn't know and I wasn't going to guess and I wasn't playing that game. And like we heard all kinds of shit about when this bullet was found. Like, oh, it was found 3 days later, weeks later by somebody like a random citizen with a, but none of that shit happened. It was found on the 14th. And after the cartridge was collected, it wasn't until then, after it was collected, that the bodies were picked up and removed. So just so we're clear on the timeline of when that was found, that's why I'm saying do not lean into they planted the bullet. Don't lean into it. Just have the science speak for it. Have people's eyeballs looking at the striations and whatever markings are on those
That's what
cases.
they said in openings. They
That's
said
it,
you don't need an
man.
expert. All you
You
need
don't
is
need
your
an
own
expert.
eyes.
You need your eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
Common sense. Just look at it. You know, like so. I hope they don't get sucked into that because it's like the state's almost trying to goad them into it by constantly asking every cop, "Oh, what kind of weapon did you carry?" Insinuating that the defense is going to be coming at them as they
Well,
plan.
but the defense, it does appear. I mean, why does it seem like the defense is trying to say we don't know that that's the bullet that was brought there? That is what they are leaning into. That we
Well,
don't know that the bullet that is the lab got is the bullet that you guys picked
well,
up.
I think that they're doing that to highlight the point that the chain of custody was a massive fail here. You know what I'm saying? Like they're making the grander point that we want the jury to feel very comfortable about the fact that that they're looking at the same cartridge in its natural state at the crime scene here at the courthouse. We want the jury to feel very confident about that, and they can't because you didn't take a photograph of it once you immediately after pulling it out so that we could all see what the bullet looks like, so we could see if it's made of pewter or brass or copper or whatever the hell they
But
make the
isn't
bullet.
that the same thing like planting it?
No, it's bad.
All
It's
right.
bad police work, I think.
Right.
You could certainly dovetail right into planting, but I wouldn't. I just stick with bad police work. And that question in your mind of, yeah, it would have been nice. It would have been like if you're when you're deliberating, it would have been really nice to have that security to
I
know.
see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Um, okay, so then the question was asked, who had access? And we're talking about to the and this
Locker.
again is the state. Remember, we're on direct. They're trying to front all this shit. So who had access to the
Evidence lockers.
cartridge and the evidence lockers? It was Cody,
Page.
Giancola, Page, and of
Daltz.
course, yeah, and him. And there was one other dude.
Daltzman. The one we haven't gone over yet.
Oh, yeah, I think it's Datsman. Datsman.
Daltzman.
D-A-
And he
D-A-T.
said maybe his supervisor, I think.
Yeah. All right. So, and then I'm back to pictures 103 is the backside of Liberty.
So this is the one I want to ask you about. I wrote the words, there was blood under the body, and then I have in quotes, fair amount in the general area, and then I didn't get the rest.
Okay. Wait, what did you say? Fair amount of what?
I,
Blood?
yeah, but he used the words, it's my quote says fair amount in the general, and then I don't get the rest. Did you get it?
I didn't. I put general amount in the of blood underneath, but not significant and closest to the wound on the
Okay.
neck, so that it was like it was dripping back from the neck. It was really all up towards her upper back and neck. There was really nothing else on her back per se that I saw. Um, and then this is where my numbers got screwy
I
because
stopped writing them all together.
well, they were skipping, like, so it was very difficult to keep track, and I was really trying, and they just quit saying the numbers at some
Mhm.
point. They just quit saying it, and then they're like, when he finally would say one, I'm like, "Oh, shit, they're like 113? What happened to, like,
Yeah.
108, 109, like 107?"
Yeah, their
Um,
record's gonna be for shit.
yeah, they really have to remember in terms of, because remember, you guys, like, for the appellate court purposes, that's all they have is the transcript, and I'm talking about the appellate court. To understand. So now when the appellate court's reading it and you have a witness on the stand describing what is in the photograph, they're going to have no idea when the appellate court's looking through the evidence that was entered, they're not going to know what they're talking about because they forgot to say the number. Like, that's why it's important that they always have to give the exhibit number. And that's a little bit on Gull. She's the gatekeeper of the evidence. She's got to say, and what, okay, gentlemen, slow down, calm down. I need you to state what evidence number you're talking about, please.
Right.
So, and I think she, like, that it slipped through because it was a bunch of them. It was a lot of them.
Right.
All right. So in the backside, so obviously this is where we see the quantity of blood underneath, not significant, 104. We then get to Abby. The arms bent acutely, as I was saying before. Um, Kind of in a fighting statue, like in a fighting stature, like that. And then 105.
Wait, but he said the words. He said the arms go from acute but angled, a forearms, I
This,
don't know.
this. It's
Right.
exactly
And
this.
then he said they're both in very similar positions.
They're
Right.
it's both like this. Exactly. All right. So 105 was another picture of Abby, and they had removed one of the sticks that formed the asterisk. So the biggest stick, the middle stick, they had taken it off. So this time she just had these sticks. And then 106, all the sticks had been removed. Another picture of Abby. We then talked about the condition of the jeans. This was interesting. So the state adamantly needs the girls to have crossed the creek in order for their theory to work.
So I don't know if you were here, babe, but I think I said it when you were here. To me, those clothes got wet when they made Abby take her clothes off, get cleaned off in the river. That's a possibility. Cleaned off in the river and then re-put on Abby's clothes. Doesn't mean they crossed it.
100%. 100%. And look, they're like, it dropped down. It wasn't balmy overnight. It
Oh,
was
and I forgot to tell you. You want to know what the R is? The thing that guy told us to pull up that you said actually does look like that. It's the water symbol, the water god or something.
I mean, I don't want to get all wrapped up into it because unless they bring some more evidence,
Well, I
like,
know
that shit's going in.
it's
I
not coming in, but
look, I think that it should be coming in, that like Gull completely jack that up. It's going to be an issue if he gets convicted. I promise you, her not
that
allowing
and
that
Dub.
defense to come in.
That's what it
You
was.
know, and that's a lesson for you young lawyers out there. If the Karen Reed case and the Richard Allen case have gotten you in the mindset that you want to give up your entire theory of the case prior to trial, this is a cautionary tale what can happen. Now, Auntie Bev, she allowed it in, but they had to develop it through cross. Judge Gull didn't even give them that. So what she gave them is offers of proof. And I know I'm sure I asked you to do it, and I'm sure that you did do it again, explaining that motions and limines are preliminary. Those are not set in stone. They can be changed during the
Right. So
course of
they
the trial.
technically they do have the ability to set the groundwork through cross.
Right. Well, because I was very curious as to how they were going to handle their inability to mention the word ritualistic, to mention anything about like Norse paganism, like anything in relation to these sticks. And there was. Did you get to the objection? So there's the one point where oh, you couldn't have, because it's the witness before, where Baldwin had used the term arranged in terms of the sticks, and
Speculation.
Cleveland stood up, and I don't know if you guys have been watching our other friends and their channels. There was nary an objection all day. There was maybe two objections. Nick started one and withdrew it, and the only one that he did object to that I remember, which I don't even know why he was objecting, because he wasn't the one crossing. Typically, the one who's either doing the direct or who's going to be crossing is the one who gives the objections. But
Oh,
Nick
so
was
that
soon as,
means what was it? Yeah, because that's got to be real important.
well, because
Nick.
like Baldwin used the term arranged the sticks on the girls. Nick stood up and objected. He said, "I object to the use of the word arranged." And of course, she
Go sustained
sustained
it.
it. But
Typically, a judge
but
would have also chastised him for that.
But typically she would have. She's been very good about not dressing down. But I think that she realizes, watching Baldwin, not only in this trial, but he had just tried another murder in front of her. His homespun demeanor hits well with jurors, and like she
She'll look like
is.
a bully.
She will look like a bully. She'll be picking on old Matlock over there. Like just sweet old lawyer, just friendly guy, just asking some questions, just trying to get to the truth here. Come on. So yeah, that took place. All right, so 104 was so we had 104 through 106 were all Abby. The condition of the jeans, as I was
Wait,
starting to say,
the
that was
sweatshirt did say German on the
Delphi.
back.
Yes, it did. And that, I mean, we all knew that was one of Kelsey's swimming sweatshirts from being on the swim team at school. That was sitting, like like most teenage girls, at least our teenage girls, they have a virtual wardrobe in their backseat of their car, and in the all my daughters have, at least.
Not anymore. Cameron has a very neat car.
Cameron's got we got her a new whip, and that thing is immaculate. I'm so proud. But yeah, the old car, that was like a rolling thrift shop. Okay, so let's get to the condition of the jeans, because this became a talking point for them. So the conditions of the jeans, they're all wet to the touch. Now, again, remember the first two witnesses in terms of CSI did not physically handle any of the evidence. They were taking photographs. They were surveying the scene. They were examining the scene. They were looking for evidence, but they weren't touching the evidence. This guy was. And he was adamant that the clothes were wet.
Not condensation.
Not condensation, not overnight. But so when I take our dog, it doesn't matter if it's winter or summer. When I take our dog for a walk in the early morning, but this is close to noon and the temperature is rising. So, I mean, but in the morning, like when I come back, my shoes are soaked. If I
Yeah,
walk
that's your shoes. You're walking. Her jeans, top to bottom, round front and back, up at waist, they're not getting wet from condensation.
maybe. What I'm saying is there's a lot of condensation on the grass as I walk through it.
Yeah, but
I don't know. Here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna sleep outside tonight. I think the temperature is about the same. Let's see how wet your clothes get. Oh, you don't have to physically be out there. We'll just leave some clothes out overnight.
Thanks, babe. I appreciate that.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna leave a t-shirt outside tonight. I'm gonna see what the temperature drops down to. So I think it got down to 27 that night. Let's all do tests. All right, kids. We're all gonna do tests. We're gonna put, like, babe, look up the weather. How low is it getting tonight? It's got to get down into the
Right
30s.
here in Monticello.
Oh, you just told our location. Swatting. Good job. Good job.
You've also told our
I have
location.
not. I have
Well,
never seen
kind
this.
of by whose place we're at.
Well, I mean, you think people are like going in and like
If they're
Googling the people?
swatting people, they're doing some you're talking about internet sleuths.
Right.
Come
I
on.
stand
Come
corrected.
on.
Stand corrected. All right. So 107, I don't know. Like that was one of the missing numbers. 108, a close up of the injury. I had a very, very hard time looking at that photograph. I believe it was, I believe that it was Abby's injury. The one of Libby was, I could not look at it. Allison's like, you've seen crime scene photos before. You'll be okay. I'm like, man, I just couldn't. It was really hard to look at for me.
I luckily
109
had like a face right in front of me, so if I wanted to see, I just had to lean over and then I could see, and then I'd go back.
Yeah, I was having a tough time. I teared up. I teared up with the Libby pictures because they were brutal. The left hand, um, curled fingers. Oh, so this is we're still on Abby, and when you see her in this position, her hands, neither hand is visible. They are tucked into the sleeves of both arms. So her hands are not visible. When they take this picture, her hands are visible. He admitted to pulling the sleeves down in order for him to be able to take photographs of under the fingers to see if there were defensive wounds, all that stuff. We then get to there was also no blood on the hands. Abby was clean. Abby was really her whole body, her torso was clean.
Entire torso. You're
Entire
talking clothes covered in mud, clothes covered in debris, clothes filthy. Like the jeans are filthy. They lift up her shirt and pull down some of her pants. This torso from waist to neck is pristine. The only speck of dirt, and we have not seen her pants off yet. So, but the only speck of dirt I saw on that poor child was a little bit by the ankle where the shoes would have gone back on. Now, this is what I want to know. All right. The state's own evidence shows both girls were naked. Abby was walking barefoot with no shoes on. Abby is found fully clothed with her shoes on. When is all of this happening in the state's timeline? When is all of this happening? They're
hard to
in the
know.
water. They're in the water, walking across that thing. Now, and now they're also walking on the terrain barefoot and then footed.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I mean, that's their burden.
And
That's
she's walking. I mean, clearly somebody's not walking Libby barefoot. She's walking. He even said that. He even said she was clearly walking at some time barefoot.
for sure. Well, because he talked about some of the mud on the bottom of her foot was silty, as if coming from the bed of the riverbed mud. We've all squished around in that stuff, right?
And by the way, the pants in the creek were 26 waist. That was the size of the ones that were in the creek.
Yeah. So we got 110. Picture of the right hand again, fingers curled. Again, no blood. Again, we're talking about Abby.
No dirt under her nails. No nothing.
112 is the fingernails. He did say this is where he says there's something adhering to it. Okay, and Alice and I were looking, and I'm like, I don't see the hair. She's like, because there was something that was way thicker than a hair that looked like kind of like a thin, like reed, like a water reed,
Yep.
like one of those thick pieces of grass, like lemongrass or something, except like dead, dried out, that was like bent in a V shape. So we're like, I'm like, that's way too thick to be the hair, right? So,
Right.
but he specifically stated that something was adhering to one of the fingers. Okay, so we have to assume that's the hair. Okay, 113, Abby Williams. This is what Allison's been talking about, the torso. No injuries, no blood. Didn't quite go up to her neck because it starts from like the pelvis up past the belly button and up to the bottom of her sport. She had a gray sports bra on.
And again, he used the
Nothing.
words, at some point she was walking barefoot. They're expert, the state's expert.
Yeah. 114, left foot of Abigail Williams. No shoe,
Sure.
no socks. 115, the jeans, wetness. And you can see the line of the wetness at
I'm
about the
sorry, I take it back, babe. That
what?
was me. I said she was walking barefoot at some point, and then I have under that quote, he said her shoe was off at some point. So I just want to make sure because
I mean, anybody who's owned a pair of Chuck Taylors, they're kind of a pain ass to lace up and get your foot like rammed in there. I mean, especially they're just, it's not an easy shit. It's not a slip on. You know what I
which
mean?
makes me think that at some point after they were undressed, he needed them to walk with their shoes on to to move faster. He, they, whoever it was.
Maybe. All right, so 115, the jean again, the wetness, the line, and you can see it in the picture. The line of where the jeans are wet goes up to about mid calf, and then kind of like the entire from like mid thigh. It looks a little bit wet on the like above where you see the wet line up to the knee, but it looks pretty dry on the thighs. And then again, it looks wet at the waist where you're going to have thicker material on your waist. Like that's probably the thickest material on a pair of jeans is up around the waist. So that would make sense that would be one of the like if you pull your jeans out of the dryer too fast, there's always areas that are still damp and it's always around the waist. So that tracks. Okay, so 119 was the Converse shoe, bare, but it was near her foot, but not on her foot. And then this is where you see some of the mud that he said was consistent with silk or silt. Silky silt is what he called it from a riverbed.
It was inside the arc of the shoe. That's the arch of the shoe. That's where he saw that.
Right. So and this is where we get to the stuff. So this is where we get to notice a shoe underneath Abby, which is
So it was actually under the sweatshirt, so out of view.
Right.
Because the sweatshirt's larger than her body. So it was under the sweatshirt, not technically under her body.
Right. So he says there's night shoe, apparent blood on the body of the sweatshirt. And it also says German on the back, printed. And you can see it. There's also no blood found on her body, no blood on the shoes or on the lower body. And then they find, of course, the cell phone in the purple.
Once
Harry
they
Potter
actually roll her over.
They roll her over completely, yeah, and you can see the cell phone.
And there's some blood on the right shoulder,
yeah,
neck, upper back area. There's some blood because her neck was cut.
both right. So
Harry Potter cell phone case.
Purple Harry Potter cell phone case. It looked like it was Gryffindor. The house. He says, "I've never read the books, but
I know that was
I've been told it's Harry Potter." And he says you can see the condensation on the phone. He kept trying to make a point of that you could see the condensation on the phone. So like I'm sitting here when he's saying that in court and he repeats it multiple times. And I'm thinking, okay, how does that play into the phone turning on at 4:30 a.m.? They're discovered. To me, it's the sweatshirt was wet. So whatever, and she was laying on top of the phone with a wet sweatshirt. So whatever, that wasn't condensation. I think it was water from the sweatshirt.
Right, but now they want it to be condensation.
If the killer,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
If the killer had put the phone under her at 4:30 a.m. when it finally hits the signal and all the messages run in, then it was still there from 4 until the bodies are discovered just before noon. So I mean, that's a long time.
Right. And I'm just saying, if they were wet and killed much later, like the last time they get wet is when Abby is getting cleaned like that, then that would explain why there's, it's uh closer in time to, well, it's still a long time, 4 a.m. to noon.
Yeah. All right. So 122, the tree near Abby, it's a much smaller tree than the tree that Libby was near. And this is where you see a much, much smaller pool of blood to the northwest of that tree. So it's a much smaller. So at that point, they collected blood from the scene in terms of they took blood from the ground, and I'm talking when they say they take blood, that means they swabbed it. They did some swabs from the ground, from the trees, from the bodies, and then that blood was taken to the lab.
And we're
Not
gonna
he didn't say from the sticks.
Right. And we're going to pick up with this guy. And now Bob's going to go back to the officer that testified just before him.
So yeah, he said, well, I took a few more notes. He, and he was asked if he placed evidence markers. Yes. I mean, the funny thing is about the bullet, no evidence marker. Like, again, listen to our podcast, listen to the first season of the Gacy tapes. I really go through the importance of the chain of custody. The chain of custody is critical for us as citizens to keep the cops honest, because it tells you exactly where they found the evidence, when they found the evidence, in what condition they found the evidence, how they bagged the evidence, whose hand it went to, from person to person to person. If it's been opened, that seal is cut open, it's signed. Like, we need a chain of custody to know it. And it's lacking here. I mean, the fact that they never take a photograph of the unspent casing with an evidence marker near it gives me pause, and like, it's just, and not because I think that they planted anything, because it just goes to the sloppiness of this investigation. We're talking about what ended up being the primary piece of evidence in the case. They really they arrested him on 2 things. They arrested him on mere presence at the bridge and the casing. They didn't have confessions yet. It's been my argument all along that it tracks that they needed a confession. If you don't think that prosecutors across this country, when they're disappointed what happens post-arrest in the investigation, wherein they cannot collect any more evidence to help secure a conviction, they then have to rely on getting that guy to talk, getting him to confess in any way that they can. They are not able to send cops over to interrogate him in prison. He has attorneys. That time has passed. So the only way that you can do it is by using prison guards and inmates to apply pressure, to torture him psychologically for months on end, to put him in a condition where he has no human contact for months and months on end, to where he's eating his own shit, to where he's smashing his head in cinder block walls, to where his psyche is hot garbage, and suggesting things to him and then getting him to say them over phone calls. That's how you extract confessions. And when you have a case like this, where you have those 2 things, presence at the bridge, which he volunteered, and an unspent shell casing, which is spurious at best in terms of being evidence that you can use to get a conviction on, you need confessions. You need them. You need them. And, for as much as other creators out there, so-called creators, want to talk about that Rosie didn't make an argument, I'm here to tell you he most certainly did make an argument. And the argument was that the confinement conditions in their totality was the equivalent to having a cop or 5 cops in that room interrogating the shit out of this guy for months until they broke him. That's the argument. Come on, dude. Allison's down here snarfing pizza. Okay, so we're about to wrap it up. So ultimately, blood gets sent to the lab. JD Cree, he was who brought the bodies back to Terre Haute, which is where the autopsy takes place. I feel pretty secure in saying we're going to get the medical examiner tomorrow. All packaged items placed in his vehicle, transported to the ISP lab, and then stored in temporary storage. And then he attended the autopsy at 7:30 a.m. The following day on the 15th. All right. Now we're going to go back in time. So I want to give you guys all the straight up. Are you guys getting bored? You want to go? We're 1,800 strong. Should I dip? Should I go to bed? Should I? You guys tell me. Tell me in the chat. I'm so far behind in the chat.
Nighty night.
I want to dip. I'm dipping. Do an Irish goodbye. Just say, I'll be back in a minute. Just keep like my screen with that thing like Allison. Allison doesn't even have our logo on.
Go
like,
back on and show
no logo. Allison doesn't. Do I have my logo? Yeah, the hammer pictures. Oh, God. All right. All these chairs are squeaky.
Yeah.
They're worse. Yeah. Lean back. That's the test. All right. So I was a little bit into Jason Page, who was the first tech. I think I had gotten through to ground zero. Them putting the barrier tapes up the size of a football field. They consider where the girls were found to be. They categorized it as a floodplain. And then again, I told you for ground zero, they had a separate area that was roped in for, just to let the other officers know, this is our shit here. Stay out. We don't need you guys contaminating. Okay. And then, all right. So we got to exhibit 20. In this, we were talking about exhibit 20. 20 is the one that I wrote did my own little sketch of it. So that's the thing that he put together. The two bodies, the two trees, the larger pool of blood, a few feet below where Abby was situated, and then a smaller pool of blood in the northwest quadrant, closer to the smaller tree closest to Abby. Exhibits 21 through 63, we go through a laundry list. These are all crime scene photos. Takes a bunch of pictures, 21, 22. He's taking pictures of the crime tape. This guy was so proud of his crime taping job. It was like, I'm like, wow. This guy, like, I knew this guy was like not a guy who was handling evidence because he was so proud of like his crime scene tape. He was like, you see this? Like, if you look up in the horizon, you can still see that yellow tape up there. So it's a good job, buddy. So I'm gonna go give him a little hug, pat on the head. And he talks about the rope line. He created a rope line wherein, whenever they were walking within the larger football field, that they would stay on that rope line. I think sometimes they call it a fog line. So as not to contaminate the scene. And the problem with this crime scene is that we had so many civilians, and whether they saw the girls or not, I mean, if you had, like, theoretically, I mean, if you buy into this concept that no one ran into the girls for all the hours that people were all over that area, and that they somehow didn't see them, they're still walking by that area. There's footprints everywhere. For them to have not taken one imprint of one shoe anywhere on that crime scene is insane to me. Insane. But it didn't happen. Like, not one. They said that there was a partial. We'll get there. All right. So the rope line, exhibit 25, closer view of the girls' bodies. And again, they kind of eased us in because when they were showing the first images of the girls, and I had never seen the photos, so I'm like, I was like, oh my god, I'm like, they were really hard for me to see, and I had a pretty good vantage point. I'm typically sitting in the second row, uh, on the right side of the courtroom. The large monitor, which I think is 85 inches, I want to say, is beyond McClelland and the prosecutor's counsel table. So I have a very good view of it. Like I like everybody on the left side of the courtroom, closer to the windows, and further away from the entrance of the courtroom, the door over there. I don't know that they could see the screen at all. At all. Like those are obstructed view seats. Those are like, oh yeah, I got tickets to the playoffs, but I'm behind a pole. All right. Exhibit 26, portion of the exposed dirt towards the feet of Libby. Large limb on Libby. That's the one that I was talking about that was running up, I believe, her left side, and it's a substantial limb. Like it's a big limb. I'd say that in diameter, it's probably looked to be about this thick around. Like this isn't like just a thick branch. This is what you would call a limb for certain. And again, that is put up, running up parallel to her body, and it goes it goes far past her shoulder blade by a couple few feet, and then it goes the length of her body, and I think it was longer than her body in general. Um, and then he takes a picture of the access road. He's trying to take a picture of where the bodies would be, what the view is like from the access road. You know what I'm gonna try to do for y'all? I'm gonna do the whole goddamn walk. I'm not gonna do it on a live because I think my spotty the signals, like I can certainly make calls and text, but in terms of going live, I think it would be a really choppy live.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. You got an offer of someone to go out there with a drone with you and get whatever you want, wherever you
Who?
want.
Who? Show
Ryan.
yourself. Ryan?
Yep.
Our benefactor?
Yep.
Oh, I'm gonna take him up on that. All right, Ryan, if you're watching, we're going droning. This week I want to go droning. Like the earliest day I get out of court, you're on call. I'm gonna hit your pager. I'm gonna do a 911 page old school. Like for all you kids out there, before cell phones, they used to have pagers.
He tried to call you a boomer yesterday.
What? I am
Not
I am
yesterday,
a
Saturday.
I am 100% Gen X. Like I invented Gen X. I am the equivocal Gen X. How dare you, sir?
He invented
Ryan,
it.
you're in deep shit when you meet. Well, like when we first, like Allie got to meet our benefactors. We invited them to have sushi with us tonight, but they had other plans. It was a very last minute call though. So okay. Again, we see we're as everybody knows at this point that the girls were located on Ron Logan's property, which is private land. And so he's taking a few different shots from different vantage points of the bodies from different perspectives. Again, trying to pepper the jury's minds with the fact that the girls are not easily seen from all these different areas, even in daylight. That you're not going to just like, oh, look, it's like there are a lot of talks of dips and valleys and things like that. So the question was asked, would the bodies be obscured from across the creek? He didn't really answer the question when he was
They
asked.
like the word obscured. That's the state's term. That's the word. The sticks were put there to obscure the body. Now, look, I'm going to be objectively say if no chance in hell I would buy that those sticks were there to obscure a goddamn thing.
No, they
Were
were,
protruding.
what they're
They're like a
obscuring.
sign. Hello, look at me.
You know what they're obscuring? My ass. Those are not obscured. They're not. There's nothing being obscured by those sticks. They weren't used to obscure. They were. Yeah, it's frustrating to sit in there, but it'll be really, really. So like I think you had like kind of jumped in when I was talking about the objection, the objection today, where Nick objected to the use of the word arranged. That is that is your classic. You can't unring a bell. That is your classic. You can throw a skunk in the jury box and take it out, but you can't remove the smell. Once you say something, that's one of them. I was
I
was one of
looked
my
though.
favorite moves. I do
No
it all the
jurors were
time.
taking notes.
Yeah,
Maybe the two girls that I see note taking.
two
None
young
of the
ones.
guys were taking notes.
No, the two young ones are diligent note takers up front.
Those are the two that were doing it.
Yeah, they're good. Those I have a lot of faith in those girls. I think those girls are. I have a feeling that we might have a couple of sleuths on the jury. I told Allison like midway. I'm like, I wish all the jurors were women. She's like, well, I saw a couple of the guys. I'm like, nah,
But
dude.
I do see the guys taking notes.
The guy in the back row, like you said, I've seen, but they're taking notes for when the state's talking.
No,
I'm
I've
not
seen.
seeing.
I look up
I
at
have
both.
never seen the bald guy in the front.
Don't describe
Oh,
them too
sorry.
much.
Yeah, I've never seen the guy in the front closest to us taking notes.
Now you realize there's
During the
three
defense.
rows. There's three rows. Are you talking about the first row that we can see, or like
Yeah,
the?
I'm not sorry. The alternates are in front.
Is that what that's the alternates?
Yeah, the alternates are the four that are at that little table in front.
Ah,
They didn't have any room for them. Like it's a 12-person box. So, all right. So, okay.
but
So
there's
he asked,
three
he didn't
girls there
answer.
and one boy.
So 34 aerial view of the girls' bodies, 35 aerial view of the girls' bodies, 36 uh, top down view of the girls closer. I think they put a ladder up and he was getting some shots from like a probably a 20-foot ladder or something like that. 38 apparent blood stain. Um, and this is about uh 10 feet from Abby. All right. So like I was underestimating the distance between that blood stain and Abby. Like it's really hard sometimes when you're looking at these crime scene photos to understand scale, which is like like good crime scene investigations when you're looking at photographs from a real skilled uh, crime scene processor, they'll always use measuring devices in order to give you scale, because it's like you can't tell with some things without something to give you scale. Um, let's see. All right, 38. Okay, so now I just went through that one. 39, the large blood stain. Okay, so I wasn't approximately 3 feet from the girl's feet. So I see, but I don't know if that's me guesstimating. I try to write verbatim what they're saying. I can't feel my index finger, just so you all know. There's so much writing. So I filled up an entire yellow legal pad and I went and they were out of legal pads at the CVS where Richard Allen used to work. And I had to get an old school composition book. It's pretty sweet. And I'm almost done with it. I'm almost done with it. Okay. Okay. So
You're
where
not
we
even to when I got in there, and I went in. I got in there. This guy was still testifying.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got the large blood stain approximately 3 feet from the girl's feet. That was 39, exhibit 39, exhibit 40. Closer shot of the girls.
Yes, really honest.
Abby's jeans. And what the hell does that say? You can also see the shoes. And you can see that they're Chuck Taylors. So that was obviously Abby. 41 large blood stain, just to kind of show the quantity of blood. And then when they removed the leaves and the twigs, that he used the word, the ground appeared to be saturated with blood. 42 was Abby with the sticks, all the sticks.
So
And
wait,
I made a note. I made a note that during the most gruesome, like I really have to give a lot of credit to the jury. During the most gruesome of the crime scene photos, I did not, and I was watching them. I did not see any visceral reactions.
Me neither. I didn't see them looking away.
I didn't see him looking down. I didn't see any emotion. Um, they're in there.
Prepared, mentally
They're,
prepared
they're
themselves.
mentally prepared. Yeah, they're all
'Cause you
they're
gotta, I think you gotta psych yourself up for that
yeah,
because
they're game on. They're game on, which I respect the hell out of. Um, and I was watching Allen, Richard Allen, and like my evaluation of him is he has been very talkative with his lawyers, in particular with Andy. Like he's like they don't have him on the tram at all. Like I'm convinced of it at this point. Like he's engaged. He's not staring around doing weird shit. He's like fully invested in the trial, which is what you want to see. All right, Steph. Good night. Sweet dreams. Thanks for hanging. I know it's getting late.
yeah.
I want to do the same thing. Trust me. All right. So this, I drew this picture. That's like what the sticks are. That's what the sticks look like. I mean, it's an asterisk. There's no question. All right. So 43, the close up of Abby's face. It was brutal.
So wait, I want to ask you this. Did you get to the close up of Libby yet?
No.
Okay, sorry, I'll wait.
44, left hand of Libby, bloody. 45. This is the close up of Libby. It was difficult. It was difficult. 46, Libby's body unclothed. And just so you know, they certainly they had privacy markers on her genitalia.
So this is what I want to know if you can note from your notes. So on Libby, where her throat was cut, was there little tiny pieces of wood something below that?
Wait, what?
Like on her chest? Were there
Where?
wood pieces or sticks or something on her chest? Little sticks?
No, not that
I
I
thought I saw
saw.
something in the picture and that they were used the word obscure again because I was like,
That reminds me, I did not see. Did you see any kind of sticks up around Abby's head, above her head? I don't know if I saw any
I don't know
because
if I was
we'd always
looking.
heard about the horns, and we'd always heard about the Elvis Fields thing. So
No,
I was really trying to diligently look, but we haven't seen all the crime scene photos. These are the ones that the state is putting into evidence. So I'm assuming that if there's going to be crime scene photos that the defense wants to get in, that the state is not putting in, that the defense will get them in through those guys, even if they have to recall them. Okay.
I mean that they should be allowed on cross to put in the ones that they think depict things that they haven't shown because it's like sort of like the completeness doc. I mean, they're talking about the scene. You can't pick and choose. Well, wasn't this also at the scene? Wasn't this? They should be able to do it, I would assume, or I know.
All right, let's see. Okay.
So brutal. While you're looking, brutally honest. Thank you. And she asked, was Abby's underwear accounted for under the jeans? Yes, it was. It was like a bronzish type color, in that vein, I guess.
Yeah, where do you so I'm at 48. That was Libby's body, the large tree nearest to Libby. There was no blood on that tree. So that's the really big tree that she was next to. 49, the blood pattern on Libby's leg, streaks running downward toward posterior.
I thought it looked like somebody did it, but we talked about this already, right? You and said no.
Yeah, I don't I think that she was like that. That's what I was saying when Cicero, their expert,
Right, I didn't
blood
hear that.
spatter guy, when he testified, I agree with him. I think that she was leaning she might have been in a seated position, and the wound, it looked to me like She may have been bleeding from her throat, and it was like drops coming down and falling on the leg, and then running down the leg. But not much blood on her torso. So then the sticks and limbs, in my estimate, like I just think that they were placed. I mean, 51. This is an evening photo of the girl's side view, with several evidence markers in plain sight.
Did they give the times that they took these? Oh, right. It was on the 14th. So, okay, never mind.
And then they get to the 15th. They're wrapping up here. Again, they ask the question, what was your issued weapon? He had a Glock, 9mm Glock. He was also carrying his personal weapon, which is a Sig Sauer 45 cal. Question: did you have any 40 caliber ammunition that day with you? No. Answer. And then okay, so and this is chemical testing. He started talking a little bit about chemical testing. He said he was not the one who did the chemical testing, and he named I think it's Datsman. He thought Datsman did, but Datsman was the next guy up, and I don't remember him. He may have done a little bit on the tree. And then Mahalik. Oh no, those Datsman and Mahalik had metal detectors. But remember, this is on the 15th. This is after the casing's been found. They ask him, was there any other cartridges found, spent or unspent? No, they didn't find any. That was the only one they found. No apparent additional blood stains on the ground. They use this liquid crystal on the tree, and I couldn't catch the chemical name, and my note taker to the right of me, this is before you got there, didn't catch it either. They use it on latent blood, and what it does is when it hits blood, it foams. So when you're looking at the pictures of the trees with the blood, it's foamy. Like in the one where that's called the F tree, which many people take umbrage with that characterization, but that's what it's been called. So they did swabs, had been taken from the F tree, so they took blood, samples, buccal swabs from the F tree, the night before by another tech. So the tree, by the time that
I'm sorry, I was muted. Are you talking about luminol or something other than luminol?
It wasn't luminol. No, it was a somebody in the chat, I'm sure knows what it is. It was a heavy duty, they call it liquid crystal, and it's a chemical name.
Okay.
Okay. 54, they examined the twigs, the leaves, the sticks, and then quote, every crime scene must have some parameters. How far do I go? An acre, in terms of how far are they going to search? Because what became evident today, and when we get to it on these crosses, is that both Baldwin and Rosie asked them, I'm like, all right, well, did you go up on 300? Did you walk up to 300? Were you asked or requested to walk to the old CPS where people park? Did you walk mirrors looking for evidence? It's like, you find a cigarette butt. You like, people still smoke in Indiana. It's unbelievable. It's like I never see people smoking in Chicago, but like, people smoke here.
By the way,
badass. I'm not like, what are your questions, dude? Does it look like I'm reading chat, bro?
Who?
Like, relax. I don't know, this dude badass. At least answer one of my questions, Bob, please. What are they? I'm reading my notes.
We'll do a super sticker. We'll find you.
There you go.
But
badass.
I am answering Stephanie's because I happen to see it and I know the answer.
Somebody star one of his questions. I'm not trying to avoid him. I love direct questions. I'll give you direct answers. Like, I'm not one to mince words. Badass. I don't know if you're new here, but that's not my game, man. Sounds like you've been listening to some other creators and coming over here on some bullshit. I'll answer any
I always
question you have
object to
if I
Bob.
can. All right. Let's
Okay,
see.
here's one of his questions. Was it getting dark, rural country woods get dark in the wintertime?
Wait, but like I
Nobody
need
knows what we're talking
there
about.
had to have been something that preceded it.
Right.
Had to be something that preceded it.
All right, but I was going to answer about the reason that the guy claimed he didn't collect the sticks is because he doesn't believe you can get DNA off sticks. That people don't leave, and then but we'll get to it on cross because they circle back to it when Bob
All
starts.
right. Yeah. I just want to power through this. So swabs have been taken again. So swabs have been taken from the F tree the night before. So when they're putting the chemicals on it, it had been touched by other evidence techs.
Are you almost across?
I think so. 54 examined twig. No, yeah, 54 was scene security. Blah blah blah. Pick of the high bridge was 56. Process of the scene on the 14th and 15th. Bridge. So these are some questions. Did you walk it? Answer: I did. And this is again to Page. Question: do you have a fear of heights? He's like, well, depends on what I'm walking on, which was a good point. 58.
That thing? Yeah.
So he goes up and he takes the pictures. This was the best picture of the displaced leaves, like the kind of the slide where
Oh, the slide.
it appears that somebody slid down. Access road video. Oh no, the access road visible. Okay, and then you can see the rocks beyond the access road across the creek. So he was taking some distant shots from on the access road to give you a vantage point from different areas. And again, a lot of that is to establish that where the girls were located was not easily seen from all over the place. Like if you're standing on the access road, you wouldn't have seen the girls. Just like, oh shit, there they are. 60 shot of the river from the north side. 61 shot of the river from the other side of the bank. And then a question of the Abby Williams. He remembers that her pants were damp. So he used the word damp. So this is the guy that was like, he just remembers they were damp. He did like, whereas the final witness had them as wet, flat out wet. 63, exhibit 63 was riverbank, the opposite side of the river, looking back towards the crime scene to give you the vantage point from over there. Okay.
Looking at that, I wanted
So this is like, so we're right at the lunch break. Then he said on Sunday, the 19th of February, that a group of CSI went back there together. And then we took an hour and a half lunch break. Come back, Rosie does the cross.
and I was finally there, but I want to show you guys this. This is so Bob had me, I put my phone on do not disturb, so I wasn't getting y'all's like texts and stuff, but Dizzy sent this. I'm just gonna show it, and it'll be the last time I bring this up, babe.
It's not the hammer, is it? Oh my God.
So this is, wait, I gotta make it bigger. Somewhat similar if you take out like this side of it, because I didn't see anything like that. And if this was much littler, like it would have to be a super small version of this if it was something in her hand. And this got pointy faster, I think.
Yeah, I don't like, okay. All right. So the bodies were collected on the 14th. So the bodies were found and they were brought to Terre Haute for the autopsy on the 14th of February. And if you're late to the game, the mystery cartridge that we all heard so many stories about moving towards trial was found on the 14th before the girls' bodies were removed that day, earlier in the evening.
I think we can summarize the cross without going through it all.
Yeah, no, and Rosie did a nice job. Rosie did a nice job.
You got the guy to admit that, it's like critical that you have photographical documentation of a scene.
Wait, are you on the right person? I don't think you
Yeah,
were here.
Datsman, right?
No, I'm not on Datsman. This is the cross of
What?
Yeah.
Oh, so we never even did Datsman? Oh,
Datsman's
Lord, you
good.
got to break this up. I got to go to bed.
Wait,
Gotta-
Datsman's next.
That's what I'm saying. We have one
All
other
right, so, but
person.
here, Rosie asked the first question is, you don't have an opinion on time of death, do you? He's like, no. And then Rosie kind of got into a bunch of potentially fertile areas. Next question was what about scavenging animals? There's like a lot of animals in that area, like raccoons, honey badgers, black bears. No, I'm kidding. He didn't say those, but
Oh, I was
birds. But so he's like, are those things that you're concerned concern yourself with respect to outdoor crime scenes? And he says, sometimes, and he's like, isn't it true that the longer that the bodies are out there, the more prone they are to be nibbled on or attacked by,
especially with
scavenger
blood
animals?
out.
Right. And his answer to that was not necessarily.
Okay.
Paige was a little bit slippery. The honest
Sounds
answer is,
like
yeah, of course you worry about that.
not going to give that answer.
So they went into the insects can be an indication of time of death, depending on what kind of insects are around. You got a lot of flies. And his answer, well, there's lots of variables. There's lots of variables with time of death. And so he asked a question. He restates it. You have no opinion on the time of death, do you? He says, correct. So he finally answers it. And then he talks about crime scene integrity, trying to maintain the integrity of the crime scene. That's very important. And that stands true from the beginning of the processing to the end of it, correct? You want it secured the whole time. Obviously, the answer is yes to that. He says, question, are you aware of anyone taking photos of the crime scene? And so he's like, what? What do you mean? He's like, yeah. He's like, are you aware that there were some photographs of taken of the crime scene at night?
Wait, what?
That's
Who
what he
was
said.
asking this of who?
Rosie asked this question. Are you aware of anyone taking photos of the crime scene that was not law enforcement?
What the guy said?
Yes. His answer was no. He's never spoken to any other officers about crime scene photos, and he's not aware of that happening.
And this was who again? Paige, you said?
Yeah, Rosie to Page. So then he asked the question, DNA. They didn't take any DNA swabs.
Wait. I want you to go back.
Page didn't take any DNA swabs. They took buckle swabs, but he didn't. What?
You said, but you didn't just. The second time you repeated the question, you said, "Are you aware of any other people?"
Are you aware of anyone taking photos of the crime scene at night?
At night.
I think that's what he said. Anyone other than law enforcement taking. Hit the cough button. Mute yourself when you're coughing. Bubs.
Sorry.
And I'm not yelling at her. I'm just giving her a suggestion. I can't there's going to be somebody in the chat that's like, I hate when
Stop
Bob
yelling at me, babe. Jeez.
I hate when Bob yells at Allison. He's so mean.
Sad.
I'm trying to make a better experience for everybody. They have cough buttons like the pros. Cough button. Cough, 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 cough. Like usually when I cough, that's when I leave myself on mute. So it's, sometimes it bites me in the ass. All right. Okay. Are you aware of any DNA taken from the scene that connects Richard Allen to the scene? So that question was an important one. Are you aware of any DNA taken from the scene that connects Richard Allen to the scene? And he says, no, I don't. I'm not aware of that. So then they get into the alternate life source stuff. And they use it to find semen, biologicals, sweat, fibers. Are you aware of any trace evidence being secured from the scene? He says, no, I'm not aware of any being found. And this is where Rosie asks, was a rape kit performed? Says, I'm unaware of it.
He's unaware if one was even performed or had to be.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm sure there was one performed, definitely. This guy, like I said, this guy was not that dude. So then Rosie asked about the unique circumstances of the sticks placement on the bodies. And um, and then he says, well, I don't know if the sticks were placed or if they were just happenstance. He's like, I don't know. And then
Happenstance.
that's what he said.
Happenstance across her body.
Yeah, like somebody was just tossing them on and that's how they landed.
They were going to throw these giant sticks on her body.
And then Rosie said, some human act places those sticks there, right? Like somebody placed them there. And he's like, I don't know. I didn't collect the sticks. But Rosie says, will you examine the sticks? Did you not recover them? And he says, no. He's like, I didn't recover anything. That wasn't my job. He says, I was using the light. I was the ALS guy. I was holding the thing. He's like, we didn't find anything of any significance. And then Mrs. Williams' clothing was damp. He says, correct. And then he asks the question, no obvious water line on the clothes. And he said, not that I noticed. And then Rosie asked, did you secure a weather report on the 13th and 14th regarding external factors? And he said, I did not. And then he answers the temperature. And this was vastly different than the first witness who thought it was 41 degrees when he got there around 1 o'clock. This guy just threw out that it was a high temp of it was a high of 57, a low of 43.
Well, the guy that I was there for said it was 55 to 57 degrees.
Right. So the first guy said it was 41. So he was
yes.
way.
No, it's the next guy. Datsman said it was 41.
Oh, yeah.
I was there for that too.
He's way off. He said, and then Rosie asked him, when did you look up the weather? And he said, recently.
So, babe, which witness did all the sticks? Because here we've got Pa Honesty and thanks Pa. Was the saw cut stick mentioned? And it was
not. It was not.
Wouldn't you have thought that would come up with
I think that'll have to come up on the defense's case when they're on their case in chief. Like they'll have to bring it up because they're not going to remember they didn't even collect the sticks, y'all. So I want that to resonate with you. Like whether or not they're runes or just sticks, either way, people touched them or a person touched them. Like you test that shit. Like if I were to have any, like I was hoping I was going to be on with Mike King on Vinny tonight, and I was going to be like, hey, Mike, so let me ask you, man, if you're processing a crime scene, what do you think of the fact that, somebody decided they didn't need to take the sticks that were on the body? Do you think that's good police work? And Mike will be honest. He'll be like, hell no. It's like every crime scene person that I've talked to about this case is disgusted by that fact. If I had Cheryl McCullough, if I had Mac McCullum on, she'd be like, what? Say that again. They didn't collect the sticks. I was telling her that at CrimeCon. She was losing her shit. Okay. So then Rosie started asking about where the measurements of the water height was taken, knowing that they never measured the water height. And he's like, I'm not aware. I didn't do that. That wasn't my job.
Wait, I do remember that. You sure this is?
Yes.
Sure. Maybe. Oh, you must have asked more than one witness that. Duh. Never mind.
Yeah, that was Baldwin next anyway. So he said he logged into the scene at 1:51, which means he probably got there at 1:30 on the 14th. PM, correct. A number of people down by the river. And he said that there were, so this is a low-key big question by Rosie. So he asks him, I try so, but he's talking about the crime scene where the girls were found. He says, Rosie asked him, so there were a number of people uh down by that crime scene on the 13th, right? And he used the word he used the date of the 13th, and he answers, yes, there were people down by that area on the 13th. His exact answer was, I believe so, yes.
This was Paige.
Yeah.
We don't even know if was Paige there on the 13th.
No, I don't know if he was there on the 13th. I don't think so.
Well, then
Yeah,
the
it doesn't hold much weight.
state would have
Still
missed
like
that. That would have been a big miss for them to
I
object
still
on
liked
her.
it. I still liked it. So then you get to the stain on the tree, paying particular attention because and then Rosie asked him, like, as far as the stain on the tree goes, you guys didn't think much of it until we made an issue of it in our Frank's memo. He's like, yeah, that's true. You guys cost us a bunch of extra work. So as a result, Paige is the one who actually suggested that they get a bloodstain expert who turns out to be Pat Cicero, who's going to be their bloodstain guy. And he wasn't retained until spring of 2024.
And he's gonna have his own explanation for the shape, huh?
So Brad was asking him, so DNA, so how hard is it to take a sample? I mean, you just kind of take like a swab, right? Then you just kind of like swab it and then stick it in a brand new clean package and then seal it, right? That's pretty easy. He's like, and then once you do that, like, how long's it, how long does it take to process? A day, a week, 5 weeks, months? Guy's like, it depends. He's like, it depends. He's like, all right, well, you can ask for a rush job, like a case like this. Get it like at this point, he's getting into the hair. Why the hair 7 years in that they haven't done anything in terms of trying to figure out who it is.
7 years
The
later.
only people that they've excluded are the people that they had access to samples, which are Abby, Libby, and Alan after the arrest. That's the only people that they've tested against. So he says the hair found, so he asked specifically the hair found on Abby's hand, how long to process it? He's like, you got to ask the lead investigator. I don't do it. He processes that. And Rosie's like, a couple of days. He's like, I don't know. He's like, have you ever submitted DNA in any of your cases? He's like, yes. He's like, well, how long did it take? He says, depends, a couple of weeks, unless it's a rush job. And Rosie asked him, well, you could prioritize, correct? You can call the lab and say, hey, man, I need this like yesterday. And he says, on occasion, yes. So then we get a few defense exhibits. E through L come in. These are more crime scene photos. They're published to the jury because they were admitted. And then E, that was a photo taken the day after taken the day of the ALS process. So this is where he starts, like, Rosie's really getting into the cartridge. So he's like, oh, you can kind of see this shiny object, right? That cartridge. And I'm looking at the photograph. I'm like, where is this thing, man? I can't see it because it's like a big shot of like just a bunch of leaves, and you can, if you really look, like once they pointed it out, then I could see it. But like just kind of looking at it with the naked eye without having somebody point it out initially, I couldn't see it. He says, he's like, I don't know. I didn't take those photos. He said, I was holding the ALS, the light, and I'm not the primary photographer. So he didn't take any of the images. So F was cartridge, E was the cartridge, H was the cartridge. I was using flashlights a bit darker of the cartridge, and the same thing with J and K. And then, so this was interesting. He said, so I just want to touch upon this. He's like, the ground had not been disturbed when the cartridge was seen by Gatzman, correct? Or Datzman. He says, correct. And he's like, but at some point there's a bare spot. The photo shows that there's this bare spot. And he says, correct. And he says, okay, well, And then he asked him, "Did you observe the cartridge yourself? Did you handle it?" He's like, I don't recall. I don't think so. I don't recall though." And then he goes back to Exhibit G. Have you seen the photos of the cartridge being lifted off the ground? Have you ever seen one of these? Have you ever seen any picture of that cartridge being lifted off the ground and being held either with, tweezers, those long evidence tweezers they use to pick hairs and stuff.
The main point was that they eventually got, at least the witness I saw, to say they should have taken a picture of the tip.
Yeah,
Whether it's like
this
while they're
wasn't
taking it off the ground wasn't really
that was Datsman. Like he
right.
finally admitted it.
The important part. It was like seeing the
Right.
tip.
Well, I mean, the entire point is that we want to be able to see the projectile, and that we never see the projectile because that would give the jury comfort in knowing that we're looking at the same thing in court when the physical evidence comes in as that we're looking at with this picture. Now,
Like you
the way
said,
that they did it, there's a big gap.
but
They've
like you
left
said, it's going to be more important. Science is what's going to win this
science going at
at the end of the
100%.
day.
Or
Their own eyeballs.
your
Their own
balls.
eyeballs.
Your balls. So how many photos were taken? Hundreds. Never saw the pic of the cart in the lab, cartridge in the lab or the storage locker. He's like, I don't remember.
Well, that's what makes no sense. Why wouldn't the lab have taken a picture?
And so he asked him the question, would you advise someone to take a picture
Oh,
of
they
the
did.
cartridge being picked up? And he says no.
Well, because the question was more after, like a picture of the tip, not, it doesn't have to be like as it's being picked up.
Well, that was Rosie's point, like just where it's off the ground so that you can see the tip,
Right.
just the tip.
Just the tip.
Oh yeah. He
That's
says
what
no.
she
He said, "What
said.
about video? Do you think it would have been best practice to take video?" No, I don't. Would you have suggested that it be picked up and placed on one of your hands? He says, "No, never taken a picture of evidence in someone's
On
hands."
someone's hand. I mean, if they had a glove, it would give.
Well, I'm assuming every CSI tech that's doing anything at a crime scene always has
Wearing a
gloves.
glove. I'm just saying
Always.
they could
Otherwise,
have taken a picture on the glove before they put it inside the evidence. That's
of course,
for sure.
they
For
had to
sure.
have gloves on,
No, I'm
right?
just saying that, like he's like, I don't know anyone would take a picture of evidence in their hand. That's not unusual because people are wearing gloves. So
Right. Well, I mean, that would be a perfect place to put and take a picture on a gloved hand, right? If you're
of a little
trying to.
bullet, yeah,
Yeah. Um, okay,
fair,
so
fair.
and he talks about evidence markers are being important, correct? He's like, yes, of course.
I mean, they were out there for
And
like
he's like,
a
how would
whole
it be to take
24
a
hours or
picture of a
something.
cartridge, or how hard would it be to take a picture of a cartridge on the table, like a lab table? And he says it wouldn't be hard. It's up to the discretion of the whoever's taking the pictures.
Wait, so
And
a picture wasn't taken at the lab? That's outrageous. I don't
I don't
understand
know.
that at all. I
Like
thought
he's
they were
asking the
taken at
question.
the lab.
I don't know.
I
How
don't
hard
know.
would it be to take a shot of the cartridge at the time of collection? He's like, not
Right.
hard. And then Rosie starts talking about chain of custody. It's like it's important, right? And he was very evasive with this. He's like, "Hey, look, man, we got it. We placed it like in a pillbox. We took it to the
Pillbox.
temporary evidence locker, and then we took pics of the cart." He's like, "Did you take any pictures of the cartridge in its actual state?" It's like, "Look, man, I didn't take the pictures, bro. Leave me alone." Um, so then there's a map of the crime scene. Did you take any measurements of the elevation changes from the bank up into to where the crime scene is, so that we know where the dips are, like how much higher it is? And he says no. He said, I don't think that would be helpful. It's like I don't think it's helpful to have any kind of pictures or any kind of measurements about the differences in elevation. Um, he's like, so as we sit here today, we don't know the differences in the elevation. He's like, correct. And then so he talks about the private lane uh, that goes under the high bridge. He's like, yes. He's like, the rail line extends to private property, correct? Yes. And he says there was a fair amount of people who were at the who, uh, were at the scene working. He says, yes. He's like, probably around 10, maybe more. And this is right when they get down to the crime scene originally. Like when they get down there, the CSIs. He says, plus the dive team. He's like, yeah. It's like, I'm not sure how many of the dive team were there too. So he's trying to establish that there's a bunch of guys there that are before the crime scene gets there that are fucking up the crime scene, stomping all over the place. So, are you familiar with the mirror's entrance? No. Were you ever asked to do anything in terms of expecting uh, uh, the area around 300 North? No. Or North 300. What about old CPS? Were you asked to inspect the old CPS parking area? Nope. Never asked to search or inspect any other areas around the crime scene. Correct. He's like, correct. Um, then Brad talks about it's February. There's no leaves on the trees. I mean, in terms of like, obviously the trees are still there, but in terms of you're having your best view, you're going to have it at this time of year because there's no trees. Correct. He's like, I would agree with that. He said there was not much undergrowth. Correct. And he said, I would agree with that. And he said, from the cemetery, you had a good view down. He said, I can't recall. And they said, from the private lane, you have kind of a bird's eye view. Yeah, I'd agree with that. And then he talked about the slide of leaves, which was, and he said, would you consider that to be loose gravel? He said, no, it wasn't gravel. Maybe it was, there was some gravel closer to the trail. He's like, I would consider it to be dirt. And he said, did he ever ask about any kind of how much foot traffic there was from other responding officers, other techs? He's like, that wasn't my responsibility. I have no idea how much foot traffic there was down there. So then Luttrell redirects, makes a couple points, talks about the 3D, reinstates how, restates how they made the 3D image, or in terms of the Exhibit 20. The talks about, he then gets another exhibit in. Allison's like, beyond the scope, beyond the scope. How's he getting this in? I'm like, yeah, you can't scream in court, like scream whisper. And they got in like a Google Earth image of the area north of Creek. And then he touches upon,
Wait, I'm
wildlife.
confused. I thought we weren't when I was there yet, that we
That
hadn't even
must have
gotten.
been, I don't know, man. Like, I
See?
remember you. I
'Cause I
remember you.
remember that too.
I know. I remember. I think that's right when you came in. I think that's right after the afternoon break because you weren't there
No,
after lunch. You came
I
after.
came in, it says my notes say Datsman after break 3:30.
After afternoon break, not the lunch break. They're
Right,
two
in
different.
the afternoon break, right. But
So
that
yeah,
definitely happened with the outside of the cross thing was while I was there.
yeah, you were still there. Like you got there for this. This is when you got. This
So
is
it's
right when you got.
Datsman is who you told me it was. Maybe you just gave me the wrong name and it wasn't Datsman.
Yeah, well, it was the end of his redirect, so same difference. It was super close to Datsman. Is that worth anything?
No, there was after whoever we just called this person, it was the guy that I did who is still up, Brian Ola. You have the right pronunciation.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm moving on. Okay.
Okay.
So, do you remember how long it took from the access road to get to the rock area? And he said a few minutes. Actually, that's when I decided I'm going to go and I'm going to time this whole thing. I'm going to do all the walking because when I walked down 300 from the Mears entrance down to the cemetery, it's about a 5 to 6 minute walk, and I'm a fast walker.
Yeah, that was you walking really fast. I mean, I was
Yeah,
walking exceptionally slow that day, but I mean, I feel like that's
it's
quick.
it's a
I
walk.
think
It's a walk.
you were doing like a
Yeah,
and
I
that's
mean that's a guesstimate. That's why I'm going to go actually time it. So he talks about wildlife at the creek. He's like, yeah, there's certainly wildlife over there. He's like, you know. He talks about the etymology with the insects.
No, I wasn't there for that. You're mixing
He
stuff up.
says he's like, maybe on four or five occasions in his career they've ever like dealt with entomology, and he's like, and it's never been used to try to establish the time of death. And he said on 214 was there any kind of insect activity that you're aware of? He says, not that I recall.
I
And I
wasn't
said,
there.
who was in that area on 214 when the cartridge was located? And he said it was the 3CI, or 3 CSIs, and maybe Jim Cody. Couldn't remember. And then and the coroner also showed up to move the bodies. And he said the cartridge.
All the people are giving us super chats for me to go to bed because I keep yawning.
Yeah, like, I mean, do we want to do Datsman today? Like, I'm like, I gotta get up and like.
I don't know. It's like you're.
Man.
I mean, Datsman. I think I can tell you. Like, I mean, how much different could it have been? I mean, I don't know.
There's no way, like, Andrea got through all this shit. Like,
Because
this
what
is
you're
like
saying right now is a lot of
we're
what I was
3
there
hours and
for.
40 minutes in. It's almost as long as the court day itself.
My
The
computer's about
actual
to die.
time. Well, why don't you plug it in?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, okay, so they talk about the
Come down to
collection of the
charger.
cartridge, and again, as we know, Datsman, he wasn't wearing the goggles. He's the one who saw the cartridge. And yes, and then he says there is a picture of the cartridge on the table, right? Or he's like, the picture of the cartridge on the table has no forensic value, correct? And he says, correct. He said the cartridge was taken to the ISP lab by 2 different agencies, ushered that thing over there. All right, so then Rosie does a brief recross. He said documenting, the round in its natural state would be helpful, right? In making sure that the round that was found in the ground is the same one that's going to be in the courtroom. And he eventually says, yes, that would be helpful. Because he's like, bullets can be made of copper, Teflon, so that they can look different, correct? He says, yes, they can. And so I thought Rosie ended on a pretty good point there. You always want to try to end on a high note on crosses, whether you're the state or the defense. So then you get the Datsman. What do you guys think? We're losing people. It's 1550. It's late as shit. Like, we don't have any Europeans over here now.
We summarize it. You start with it tomorrow or something. I can tell you, at least from my notes, that, and I only did the cross. The most exciting things that they got out of it. He's the one that said the clothes were. No, he said. Oh, I got to close the door because I can hear myself echoing through your.
One thing I do want to talk about with Datsman, there were 2 juror questions with him. Like, his testimony was not that lengthy, actually. He's retired ISP, started back in 1987. Last 20, he's been a sergeant in the lab.
Like, they don't need that part. Just get to what, like, the good stuff that he had to say.
All right, so let's see. Didn't bring his firearm down there because he does a lot of bending and kneeling, and he didn't want his gun poking in his side. Okay. Aerial shots. He goes through a bunch of exhibits. 66 is an aerial. 67, him walking towards the creek with the cemetery behind him.
That's all right. So the
picture of the bodies placed, sticks placed on the bodies.
Well, that's important.
Yeah.
So what about those?
That's what he said. That 68 was picture of the bodies with sticks, quote, placed on the bodies. That was his terminology. Sticks placed on the bodies. 69 bodies, full shot.
Well, did you see them? What did you? Was it just the same?
What?
Just the
same picture.
So there was nothing on the chest of Libby.
Not that I saw.
Okay.
Not that I saw, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
And I don't know what I saw. I just couldn't tell. Maybe it could have been blood for all I know.
So 70 was another shot of the girls closer to the bodies, blood pool. the same shot that we've talked about multiple times. 71, a close up of the injury to Abigail's neck that was brutal. 72, a bottom of Libby's uh, right foot and calf. And again, you see the blood on the heel and the blood on the back of the calf. ALS. And so Datsman, this is where he finds the cartridge. Wasn't wearing the goggles, because if you had the goggles, you probably wouldn't have seen the glitter, which is what he called it. That's why somebody thought they were talking about glitter. Was there glitter at the scene? And then Datsman is the one who he says he carefully fanned away the leaves lightly underneath so that he could see the cartridge. So then he finds the 40 cal cartridge. So that's where you get that little kind of like bald spot there he was talking about. He says you can see the head stamp of the cartridge, the primer. You can read it. You can see it's a 40 caliber Smith and Wesson. And then he describes what a bullet is, but he really talks about the whole cartridge. He talks about, well, there's the primer, and then the casing, which is where the gunpowder is, and then at the end, you have like some kind of piece of metal, the projectile, and he's like, all of that together makes it a bullet. Now, I'm no gun guy, but I think the bullet is the projectile itself. Tell me in the chat if I'm right. Then sticks on the body. Yes, correct. You examine the sticks. Correct. Yes. Removed one by one, set aside by Sergeant Page at the scene so no one would step on them. Question: did you discuss what to do with the sticks? He says, answer: yes. The three of us decided that they had no evidentiary value. I starred this very, very massively. I'm like, what? So this is really the most important part of his cross. So yes, they removed them one by one. They set them aside. Sergeant Page set them aside so that nobody would step on them accidentally. Did you to discuss what to do with the sticks? And the three of us decided they had no evidentiary value, so we left them there. I've never seen DNA recovered from the surface like that, which is absurd.
And then I asked you, did he say how many times he's ever tried? So for a foundation for that?
No. So then he says, and this again, this is Luttrell asking, would it be best practice to collect the sticks? His answer: not in my opinion. It has no evidentiary value. So he says, well, when did you go back to collect the sticks? He's like, and like what he doesn't ask is why. He's like, so we went back in March 3rd to collect the sticks. So after the crime scene is wide open, we know for a fact YouTube how many people were out at that crime scene. And he's like, oh yeah, we remembered where the sticks were, so we went and picked them back up. I'm like, okay, sure you did. So 2:15, he says he returned to the scene, used metal detectors around ground zero and other areas. Didn't find
Wait, on what date?
the 15th.
Oh.
Didn't find anything of significance. Nothing of value, evidentiary value. 77 is a disturbance in the trail. So that's the slide trail. And then they get into a partial print. This is where he sees a partial print. And then he said that somebody said it kind of looked like the tread of Libby's shoe. But despite somebody saying that, they still didn't take an imprint of it. All right, so Baldwin did the cross. The bullet at the crime scene should have been photographed and documented, correct? And he says yes. Or he says bullets at crime scene should be photographed and documented, correct? And he says yes. Documented in such a way. So he restates what Rosie was talking to about with Paige. So the jury knows that the bullet that is in its natural state in the ground is the same bullet that's in the courtroom. We need to see all of the bullets so we know we're looking at the same thing, right? He's like, yes, should be photographed, not videoed, though.
Right, because he said one way to do that would be videotape it. And he was like, no,
right.
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, and then Baldwin says, well, and that's not hard to do, right? To take a picture. He says that's correct. It's not hard to do. He said you didn't document that the clothing was damp because you didn't know the clothes were damp. He says that's correct. And he asks, partial shoe imprint looked like the victim's shoe. And
And I think he said it was a sergeant. I wrote, I wrote Ogilvy.
yeah, Olehy, yeah, he said that Olehy said that he thought it looked like Libby's shoe, but they
Very
didn't.
similar pattern.
Yeah, they didn't do the imprint anyway.
Then he asked after that, and I wrote meh next to it. Did you see the print of a small man near the victim?
No, he said, did you see the print of a small adult male next to the partial? It's not a bad question.
Well, how does he know what a small adult male's shoe looks like?
It's you assume that small adult males have small adult feet. Most small dudes have small
I
feet.
know, but I'm just saying that could
I
be
don't,
a
I don't see
large
clown feet
child's
on
foot.
like small guys typically.
But that could be a large child's foot or a small woman or a woman's foot.
That's not the point. Like the point is that like the concept is that
Anyway, the guy said no, I didn't.
Yeah, no, I didn't. And you don't know the depth of the creek, do you? No. Strange crime scene, yes? He says no. And this is the whole arranged objection.
Sticks looked arranged.
So you didn't think that the sticks arranged on the girls? Objection. Object to the use of the word arranged. Sustained. He's like, you should have collected the sticks. He says, I disagree. He said, yet they were collected. He's like, I don't know who said that we should collect them, but I don't think we should have. He doubled down, tripled down on that.
Right. He said for sure somebody sent him back. He doesn't know how or why they sent them back to get it. They also said he also asked him, for the most part, trees are rough, so you can get skin cells. And he said, possible.
Well, this was my favorite part of the cross all day. It's like he says, so, and again, this is Andy. He says, so a human being placed those sticks on the bodies, correct? And he's like, yes. And like in human beings, when they handle something, can transfer DNA and they can leave it on the sticks, right? He's like, well, yeah. He's like, unless they're wearing gloves. And he says, oh. He says, well, was the offender wearing gloves? And he says, I have no idea. And Andrew says, exactly. That's the point. That's why you collect the sticks. And then he says, and then his answers to when they collected the sticks, which we all know is March 3rd from the prior witness. And remember, there's a separation order. They're not sitting in there. This guy has no idea what his compadre said. His answer to when they collected the sticks is, he says, a few days later. I wrote, wow. Okay.
And then he also said someone had to pick them up and put them there, right? And he said yes. And then he asked about a blood spatter expert. Is that where you're at now?
Yeah, well, he was like, no, well, this is where, I don't know if you didn't write this down, but this is where Baldwin's like, well, you're saying that blood on a stick, that has evidentiary value, right? If there's blood that's on a stick, that stick has evidentiary value. And the guy says, yes. But they didn't take the sticks that had blood on them. Like, it's insane. Okay, so then he asks, were you asked to process 300 North? No. Old CPS? No. No request made.
Wait. You skipped something that I had here.
All right, go for it.
It was about the blood spatter. So
I didn't see. I
asked about someone, and he said he wasn't a blood spatter expert, but ISP did have one. Was it appropriate to wait 7 years to get a blood spatter expert?
Yeah, that's the thing. We already know that. They heard
answer though. I have no idea.
So then he gets into did you look for tire marks inconsistent with the owner's vehicle? And he's talking about over on the private access road. He's like, nope. But like I wish that Andy would have asked a follow-up, because like he was answering as if he actually looked and he
No,
didn't.
he did say, he said that was the road was gravel there. So
He said he didn't see any marks in the gravel. What I'm saying is he's implying that he actually did look, and I don't think that he looked.
right. I think he decided to abandon it because the guy was making it sound like he did look. So he moved
That's
on
what I
real
just
quick.
said. That's exactly the words that just came out of my mouth. Like that's why I was saying I wish Andy would have asked a follow-up question. What? So
And I
wait, you're
think,
saying you actually did look?
and the
Because
guy
then,
would have said yes. The guy would have said yes
oh,
based on that other answer.
but doesn't he have to have it in a report somewhere?
I know. I just think that Baldwin
All right, so
decided
then
to,
he gets to what was the temperature of the girls? What was the body
no,
temperature of the girls at
no,
the time?
right before that, he says, if it had been brought to my attention. So Baldwin gives like an example, like, well, so if someone told you the killer went behind that a certain building, would you then go and look, investigate behind the building? And he said, if it had been brought to my attention, I would have. So that was the whole thing going along with, did you check 300 this? Did you check that? Like no one told him to even check any of those places.
Yeah. Okay, so
Or
then body temp of the girls at the time of discovery did not check the body temperature of the girls. And then so Baldwin gets into, well, why? He's like, well, we were concerned about destroying
essay.
any evidence of any kind of essay. Uh, and so Andy says, well, when I was a young boy, my mom used to stick a thermometer under my armpit, and they that was the second objection by Nick. I forgot there were two. Nick says, objection about his childhood and his mom. He's like, okay, so you could possibly drive down to the CVS and get a thermometer and stick it under the girl's armpit, right? And he said, yeah, we didn't do that.
He said there are too many variables.
Right.
Um, and
So
then
exhibit 41, sticks covered in blood. Did you collect them? No. We just took a blood sample and then
I
we
had
left.
both of the upper men, the one closest to us, and then there's a guy between them, and then the other one were both taking notes at that point.
And then he says, so the temperature out, this is where he says the temperature outside was 41 degrees at 1 p.m. on 2/14. Wrong. You're about 14 degrees short there, man. Do you have any idea if those girls ever crossed that creek? He said, you don't have any idea if those girls ever crossed that creek, do you? It's like, no, we don't. And then
One
they
of the
got into
girls
some other stuff that they found. They found a Jimmy John's cup with a straw by the trail side.
He also asked, you don't know what time the girls got placed in that area, and he said no.
Yeah, so apparently they didn't do any DNA testing on that. He's like, we collected it, but we didn't do any DNA. He's like,
Collected it to get
sometimes
DNA.
he's like, sometimes people leave DNA when they drink off of a straw. Isn't that right? He's like, I would assume so.
I mean, he said he collected them so that DNA could be taken from them because people leave DNA. He
Right.
said that the cup did not look weathered; it looked fresh. He also said what was the other item? He said it looked fresh
He
too.
said
The
there was an
energy,
energy drink can,
right, and the cigarettes
two
at the
cigarette
end,
butts that looked freshly smoked.
right,
So they were found by the trail by the side of the bridge.
bridge entrance. And
He said he collected them, no clue if they were tested. He's like, that's not, you got to ask the people in the lab that. I don't know.
right.
He's like, well, don't like, and he starts getting into like a philosophical question. He's like, so you don't like when you're investigating a crime, you don't like check to see what's been done and shit. Like if like there's other clues, like if they tested that and like maybe you need to go talk to somebody. It's like
Well,
the
he was like, no,
investigation.
he's the
I
crime
don't
scene.
know. I don't know.
No, that guy was just the crime scene. Like he's just gathering it. Nobody tells him what happened.
I mean, wouldn't you want to know? Like if I'm working the case,
I mean, there's a lot of cases.
I'd be like, hey man, did you okay, this is the case in this area. If I'm working this thing and I'm a crime scene tech and I pulled a bunch of shit to see if it's got DNA on it, you don't think I'm in asking to inquire? Like, hey man, did you ever run the DNA on that shit? Did you get a hit on it? Come on.
I don't know.
Fuck out of here. I'd be doing that all day. I'd be driving people nuts. So,
All right. So then
yeah,
they
that
talked
Jimmy
about,
John stuff, man. Like, what's the deal with
all
the Jimmy
right.
John stuff?
So then they talked about the areas were flat. He talked about how steep it was from the cemetery, that west of that 100 yards, it was also very steep. And then Baldwin asked him, so, but in the area where the girls were found, it was flat. And he was like, oh, I wouldn't really say that, stuff goes up and down. But then he said, compared to the other areas where it was so steep and that area was, compared to that, it was flat. And then it got to redirect where he points out that it was the opposite end of the bridge where all of this stuff was found, like the public side or the trail side where the energy drink was found. He said that core temperature is taken from the center of the body. It literally means intruding into the body. You cannot get a core temperature under an arm.
But did you say this is on redirect?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, trace evidence, the best way to track evidence is to bag and mark. Have you ever videotaped? No. So then another outside of the scope, and I think that this is by design. The defense has clearly decided they're not gonna like object, but then they started getting in what was it? I think it was like water temperature or something like that. Oh, wait. First he said, no, I've never videotaped, but I have photographed. So he said that on his own, like I have photographed. And then and then recross. One question asked on recross. If you had to do it all over again, would you photograph the other end of the bullet so the jury knew it was the same? And he said, if I had done it, I would have photographed it after removing it from the ground in the first place. And then on redirect, this is where I was like, objection. I don't know what that says there. Could it have been could it have fallen deeper? Do you know what it was? It was about the water, babe. Exhibit 183 and 184.
Yeah, he said if the divers move to a different area of the river, that the the level of the water can change. It can be deeper. And he said, yes, of course.
Yeah, and he let him get in like new exhibits on
All right, so
redirect.
there's two jury questions. I'm ready to wrap this. I'm exhausted. So jury question number one, would there be any reason that the bullet from the crime scene would be different from the one in court? That's the first one. What do you think they're going to say? No, of course not. There would never be a reason for that. So that was the one. And then I hated that question. I love the second one. Is there a process to ensure the jury is seeing evidence that is not tampered? I love that question.
Right.
And then
the
they
answer,
kind of go through the chain of
you
custody.
take a chain of evidence, we have rules, we have procedures that we follow. And then the state did a follow-up question. And in this case, you identified all the items identified had specific numbers. In this case, answer yes. And then there was one more question.
Not to him.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yes, I got it. It was still the state's question. They said if you package it wrong, they wouldn't have accepted. If it wasn't sealed and packaged right, they wouldn't accept it at the lab. And his answer was they would tell the officer to repackage it. And I was like, I was looking around to see, I don't think any jurors were writing it down. I'm like, so this is wait, I'm not going to accept this. Can you repackage it and give it back to me?
Okay.
That's
I'm
it.
wrapping it. All right.
Thank everybody for all the things.
I'm going to thank everybody. So if you didn't, I'm
going to do it because I know who I put up already.
Okay, cool.
So
flip through it.
Start there.
Oh, Missy Mayhem, Ride or Die, Mod, love you. Long timer, OG, 1 year. We love you. Who's your girl? Did you give her some love? Thanks for all your time and hard work.
Do it.
Appreciate who's your girl? We love you. She was kind of like complaining about the commercials being heavy duty, and I know they can be on YouTube. And
And
then
she right away was like, "Here's some money, buddy."
then she's like, wow, Bob's
Yeah.
sniveling. Did you get to any of these questions?
Babe,
That's
I'm
wow.
gonna if I put it up, you say something. If I don't, I've done it.
Okay, Heather Brown, $2 holla super sticker. Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
These questions that aren't super stickers, I didn't do. Do you still want to do those?
I mean, I do want to do them, but
All right,
like
then
not
go.
tonight.
Okay.
But like I don't want people. You know how I am. Okay, so was this bullet under the eaves in February? Under the leaves in February? Was it photographed alone or in the context? I don't know how to word that. Was it? So that's kind of what we've been talking about, Amanda. They only took the one photograph. They took a bunch of photographs of it in the ground. They never
Right. And the
took.
guy said he moved. He
Yeah,
moved
he
the
gently fanned the leaves away. Okay, was there blood on the cell phone? Not that we're aware of. How did it get underneath them? It had to have been placed there. Was there a fingerprint on it? Not that we're aware of. I want to know, was the cell phone photographed at the scene? Yes, we
was.
saw it.
Yeah.
So it had that's still we were talking about it. It had a purple case, Harry Potter case. It was found under Abby, along with one of Libby's black Nike shoes. Heather Brown, another $2 hollow. Appreciate you, girl.
All right, we've
Um,
answered the next question, so don't worry about it.
okay, Spitfire, we love you. Gifted one DD membership. There's a lucky winner out there for that. CBC for the
I
court
go
reporter.
ahead. You can thank him, but I did that.
Oh, thank you. Dana, appreciate that $10 holla. We love you. You always give her, always give her. Ooh, love new members. Diplomatic Diva, welcome. Welcome to the fam. Aw, family hug. Danielle X, new member. Aw, family hug.
Oh wow, you're going ahead of me.
Yeah, you're going too goddamn slow,
Sorry.
girl. T-Dub, $1.99, $2. Appreciate you. Okay,
I think we mentioned this, but I didn't thank her. I did. I think I looked at all of that.
Kraken, we adore you. It's a ride or die.
I put it up, babe.
Oh, Tamara or Tamara, whichever one it is. It's one of the two. $2 holla. Appreciate you. Amber, member for 4 months. Welcome. Benjamin, was the point?
I did that
The
one.
symbols
Sorry.
towards thumb or pink. Okay.
Thank you for your membership.
Oh yeah, 8 months of love. We appreciate
Yeah.
it.
It's over there.
Grendel, member for 4 months. We love you. Ride or die. Love it.
Wow.
Jen, boom. You're the best, Allie. Thanks for everything you do.
Thank you.
Always give her, Jen. We love you. Michelle, $10 holla. Just another sincere thank you from all of us for covering this. Thank you for the support. We really appreciate it. So wait, you thanked Veronica for the other $50?
I did.
All right, thank you. I'm going to thank her too because that's super generous. We appreciate it. Chrissy Cooksey, $10 holla might be worth having live to revisit the filing addressing Odinism versus what facts and evidence are being seen at trial. While not relevant to the trial, there's interest giving access limits. I agree. And what we'll do is, remember, the defense is going to be trying to have some offers of proof, or they're going to try to bring in some additional evidence. Huh?
Change the judge's mind.
Yeah, right. I mean, they're still going to try. Remember, Allison told you guys, motions to eliminate, preliminary. They're not in stone. You can change their
You would expect that they would be trying to.
Right. Matt Hatter, $10 hollow. It's been a bit since the details in the case made me nauseated, but Abby and Libby's story needs to be heard. Thank you, Bob and Allie, for your dedication and expertise. Thank you, Matt Hatter. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Lisa is me, gives you one DD membership. Thank you. Aw, family hug.
Matt Hatter again.
Boom, coming in hot. Mama and Papa Mata snack and coffee fund. Appreciate it. You know what I'm going to use that $20 on? Snacks and coffee. That ain't no lie. I'm going to go right across the street. They got a sweet coffee spot over there with the best oatmeal cup that I've ever had in my life. It was so delicious. It had to have had
All right. Thanks, Shannon.
5,000 grams of sugar because it was the greatest.
Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate you. Also, wait, speaking of Shannon also sent a $10 Venmo. Thank you, Shannon, 2 times. Appreciate that. Kraken comes back with the 10, the Gen X anthem. We raised ourselves, no doubt about that. Educated by MTV. Truth and John Hughes movies.
Bob's
Absolutely. We
with you
pity the
there.
fools.
We're
And we are
getting
gonna
fooled.
yeah. I pity the fool. What's your prediction
Oh
for
my
the fight?
God, go gag on a
My prediction
spoon.
for the fight. Pain. May the power of Grayskull be with you. Love it. And the word of the day is bleep. Fuck off. Love it. Love you, Kraken. You're great. Poe Honesty, $5 hollow. Was the saw cuts? Was the saw cut stick?
Yeah.
Was the saw cut stick? Is that right? Was the stick cut?
Yeah. With the
I can't.
saw cut stick. That's right.
Oh well, yeah. Did they cut the sticks? Like I
No,
mean,
was the
was
saw cut
this?
stick mentioned?
Oh, was the stick that was cut by a saw mentioned? No, it wasn't. But that's what I'm saying. I think that we'll bring that back on the defense, and we
But
already
thank
answered.
you, Poe Honesty.
We very much thank you. Yeah, I'm a little slap happy at this point. If you can't tell, when I start I get to the point where I can't make words.
Go,
You know,
go. Thank it's next.
it's a new day. $5 hollow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A million times over. Sarah, we love you. We love you. We love all of our mods. Let me make sure I thank our mods for all their
Thank
hard
you,
work
mods.
all
Thank you,
day,
mods.
every day. Yeah, it's been like 2 lives in a row where I forgot to thank the people that we could not do this without, and that is our mods. We love you. We adore you. We're so thankful you're part of the team, and more importantly, part of the fam. So thank you for all you're doing, Matas. Now get some rest. Hallelujah to that.
Thank you, aspiring court reporter.
Yes, yes, yes. CRR, $10 holla. Here's a $10 holla just for staying up this late. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Free Allie, she's so tired. That makes 2 of us. Just the 2 of us. Need
Thank
some
you,
fucking
CRR.
sleep. All right. Holly Berry coming in hot with the DD podcast membership. Thank you.
Following
Holly.
it up.
Oh, yeah. Allie's getting all that bedtime cash.
Well, I was yawning a lot, so
Yeah.
thank you, Michelle.
I'm yawning
Come on.
inside. I hide it. Thank you so much. Allie, you're making me yawn. Go get some sleep. $10 holla. Appreciate you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Eliza, let Allie go to bed. It's time for a lot of modest sleep. Another $2 holla from CRR. $10 super from Jennifer J25.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, thank you, thank you guys so much. JD, member for 10 months. Big time family hugs. JD, $10.
Again.
Comic relief recap tonight. Bob's specificity, a camisole tank top.
A cami, as we call it.
Yeah, Allie's tangent on the
Skip. So what is it? It's not skip.
scythe. I think it's scythe. Love seeing you get more comfy on YouTube and having some fun.
Thank
and
you.
then thank you so much for that $10 holla. And then finally, last but not least, the wonderful Dr. Vonda K with a $20 holla. We appreciate you all so much. You guys are amazing. We love you. We will be back again tomorrow. At least
I won't. I won't.
Why? Why?
Well, I guess I could join you. I'm not sticking around for 4 hours of you when I'm
boo.
I'll pop on, but I've got nothing to add.
Wow, that's brutal. You know what? That's so brutal. Yeah, boo.
Oh my gosh, you missed it on Boone. I was trying to play your She's Wicked Smart thing, and people were like, what's that? Do you guys hear that creepy voice? Like, because it was like real low and knowing, and I was like, oh wait, I think you guys are hearing this.
All right, that's gonna wrap it. 4 hours and 13 minutes in. It's been a very, very long day, but we do it because we love you and we thank you so much. And we blasted past 25K. I think we're on the verge of 26. So thank you guys so much. Remember, keep sharing, subscribing, commenting if you're on Replay Crew. That really gets it in the algorithm.
Tell all your friends.
Tell your friends, tell your family, because without y'all, I'd just be an old man.
Talking about a lot of cases.
Ooh, girl, talk at you tomorrow.